7. We don't have a quorum. Hey, Allie, we need a quorum, please. Oh, okay. It's 1 minute past 7. We're let's call to order our board meeting for
Katie, bring those cards to me, please.
For January 11th, 2021. Candy, please collect attendance. I'm looking for my agenda.
Okay, we'll take roll call. If you're not at the meeting, we're going to take roll call. Please tell us where you are. Mr. Boyle?
Here at home.
Mrs. Sealing? Here at Hilltop. Mr. Hoffman?
Here at Hilltop.
Mr. Winbolt? Mr. Updike?
Here at Hilltop.
Mrs. Mitchell?
Here on Zoom.
And Mr. Anderson? Okay, and hang on just a second. I think we've got the final one coming in here. Mr. Winbolt? Mr. Winbolt is here at Hilltop. Vote, we have all 7.
Good evening. First item of business, approval of the agenda.
We get those two?
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded for the approval of the agenda. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll begin the vote with Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
7-0 approved.
Thank you very much. First item on our agenda is election of the board president.
Mrs. Clerk, I nominate Doug Updike for president of the board.
Yes, I do accept that nomination.
Andy, you're not on.
Are there any further nominations? Hearing no further nominations, we will vote on the nomination of Mr. Updike as president. Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing. Yes. Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Updike, you are board president.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is election of the board vice president.
I would like to nominate and see if she would consider Sharon Mitchell.
Mrs. Mitchell, do you accept that nomination?
I do.
Are there any other nominations?
I would, I'd like to nominate Jason Winbolt.
Mr. Winbolt, do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Are there additional nominations? Well, because there are 2 people that have been nominated, we will take these ballots by the little slip of paper, and it's a very tiny little slip of paper. It should be up by your microphone. They're itty bitty. Sorry about that.
Wow.
Mr. Boyle and Mrs. Mitchell, because we're doing this by paper, we have your little ballots and we will mark your ballots, but we'll have to do your voting orally, okay?
That's fine.
Fine with me too.
you have a pen? Oh, here's a pen. Okay. Yeah, I got it to work.
Nels.
Are we voting now? You didn't say.
Okay, Katie has picked up the ballots. We're going to read these as we have them, and then I will take Mrs. Mitchell and Mr. Boyle's vote as well. Okay, Mr. Anderson votes for Mrs. Mitchell. Mr. Updike votes for Mr. Winbolt. Mr. Winbolt votes for Mr. Winbolt. Mrs. Sealing votes for Mrs. Mitchell. Mr. Hoffman votes for Mr. Winbolt. Mr. Boyle, how do you vote?
Mr. Winbolt.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Winbolt.
Mrs. Mitchell, how do you vote?
I'll vote for Mrs. Mitchell.
The vote is 3 votes for Mrs. Mitchell and 4 votes for Mr. Winbolt. So Mr. Winbolt is the next vice president of the board. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Tracy.
Thanks.
Moving on to our next item, agenda item, is, approval of board meetings and times. Now, this is an interesting, since the change in the election timing, when we approved, the statute changed. The Kansas State statute changed and says we have to accept our meetings in January, where we used to do it in July. And so I didn't notice, Dr. Burke, did those 2 agenda items get?
No, we did not put them
Okay.
together.
So it's an interesting occurrence. We have the year that we would vote on now, take comments on and vote on now. And then later on in the agenda is a separate, schedule of meetings and times where we move a morning meeting to an evening meeting. And so just, if there's confusion around why that is, we were really forced into this through a statute change when they changed the election timing. So, next item of agenda is approval of board meetings and times. Any comments or discussion?
I've got a question. We're showing an educational support special meeting on the 12th of October. What is that?
That was the one we had in October where we went to the ESC,
I was thinking it was from
Yeah.
last year, right?
yeah, we have to approve the 2020,
Oh, we have to go
2021.
back for approving?
Yeah.
Oh, I was confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we walked through this in July too. I mean, we did some strange thing as well.
The reason we do it is because we could have new board members elected now that have to approve the calendar,
I see.
the board calendar.
That makes sense. Okay.
Any other questions, comments on the board meeting schedule?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the board meeting schedule as presented.
This is Sharon Mitchell, I second.
Moved and seconded to approve the board meetings and times schedule as presented. Any final comment? Candy, please collect the vote.
Start the vote with Mrs. Sealing, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Approved.
Thank you. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance Moving on to recognitions, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we'll start with Tammy Endicott at Spring Hill Elementary School.
Good evening. I just wanted to take a few minutes to recognize my custodians. My head custodian is Dave, and he just, no matter what we ask him for, he puts a smile on his face. He does it. And the other day we had him running from one end of the building to the other with different types of tasks, and he did it without complaint and with a smile on his face. Sabrina's the nighttime custodian. She does the same thing. And I always watch Dave and Sabrina really taking pride in our building. And although we don't have a lot of patrons coming in the building this year, they have not let up on that. And I just wanted to show appreciation to them tonight by recognizing them.
Woodland Spring Middle School, Rod Sprague.
I want to take a minute just to recognize our ORL teachers. Sarah Collins and Stacy Floyd and Shauna Gower, as well as Brendan Clary. These are individuals that when we had the need and we said who would be willing to do this, they stepped up and they did a great job. And I just can't say enough about the work that they've done working with students from 2 different schools. They've done a fantastic job and I'm really proud of them, and just want to take a minute to thank them for everything that they've done.
Spring Hill Middle School, Trevor Gertson.
Yes, I'm going to continue that theme with the ORL teachers here at Spring Hill Middle School that have continued to work. We have Miss Bree Dalton teaching ELA, Miss Katie Sibbett as one of our math teachers, Kelly Koenigsman teaching math, Taylor Woodward teaching math, Megan Story, and Amy Brownlee with science, and Noelle Miller, who does our social studies. And so all of these teachers continue to work together, not only amongst themselves with the ORL staff, but also with their regular content teachers in person. So the planning has continued throughout the year, and as we move into second semester, we'll continue so. And so, as Rod said, or Mr. Sprague said, very grateful for the work they've done. It is definitely a big shift for them to go from having kids in person to kids virtually, but they really have worked hard to make it a valuable experience for our kids. Grateful for them.
Spring Hill High School, Mark Williams.
Good evening. I'd like to, first of all, I'm blessed to work with some great educators on a daily basis, but I want to spotlight 2 of them this evening. The first one, Alex Kunkel. Alex is a language arts teacher for us, and he also oversees the debate and forensics program here at the high school. And he and some students just got done with their debate season right before Christmas break. And they spent a lot of time in the evenings preparing for these virtual competitions on a lot of long Saturdays here at Spring Hill High School and running some debate tournaments and virtually competing. So I'd like to congratulate them for a successful season. And last is Brian Walrod. Brian is our new theater teacher, and it'd be a tough position to come into a school as a new teacher and meeting with your kids virtually, but he and these students successfully completed a musical in the fall and did a tremendous job. And we're very conscientious about our mitigation strategies here at the high school, and did socially distance with masks on. And during the performances, we were able to have some limited attendance. So I'd like to congratulate Alex and Brian for a job well done.
Wolf Creek Elementary School, Beth Cooper.
Good evening. I would like to speak about the elementary school principal team for just a moment. We have spent a lot of time this year collaborating on various issues. Sometimes it's something a little scholarly, like what's a good way to build a building strategic plan. And sometimes it's things that people might think were even a little silly, like how are we going to handle Valentine's, or is it safe for kids to share a basketball at recess? And even though I'm one of the newer members of the team, not the newest member of the team, but one of the newer members, I always feel like all ideas are considered and everyone is supportive, and it's been a real asset this year during a challenging year. So just wanted to thank them and recognize them this evening.
Timber Sage Elementary School, Darcy Sly.
Yeah, hey, I wanted to recognize some of the teachers that helped me with professional development Monday and Tuesday of last week. I had Susan Wegman. She is actually a trainer for Seesaw. And so she checked out with the teachers what they needed to learn and what they wanted to continue learning with Seesaw. They had some previous trainings at the beginning of the year, but she wanted to continue with that. So she helped me with that. And then I had Ariel Jenkard. She's our STEM teacher. She also did Nearpod and Flipgrid with the teachers to help expand their abilities with those. And then I had Abby Robertson, our school counselor. She helped me as well with some social emotional learning. And all of that tied into the part that I was doing. And I really appreciated their help and their willingness to jump in there and find out what teachers really needed, what teachers really wanted, and they did a great job for me. So I just wanted to say thank you to them.
Prairie Creek Elementary School, Jody Cole.
Well, first I'm trying to find the unmute button. So good evening, everybody. I would like to recognize Sierra Krask, our SLP. Sierra works really hard to meet the needs of all our students. She's done an incredible job of working with our 3-year-old students who receive speech services. With COVID-19 and parents not allowed in the building, she has spent time developing a trusting relationship with these families so they feel comfortable dropping off their 3-year-olds. Mrs. Krask also streamlined our SIT paperwork and she provided training to our teachers. We're really fortunate to have Sierra working in our building. So I'm going to thank her for all her hard work.
Any other administrators, directors that want to have a recognition? Okay, hearing none, I do have a recognition. This is School Board Recognition Month, January the whole month, and you should have a certificate of appreciation sitting at your desk. And we remind you every year that we're going to add a 0 to your salary. So you can either add that to the beginning of your salary or to the end, but we do appreciate it. For those who don't know, our board members do not get paid, so we certainly appreciate their time and effort. And then there is also a little certificate along with that that has our appreciation, and so maybe you can take your spouse out and there might be something that you might be able to have dinner with. So we certainly appreciate that, appreciate the time and effort that you put into it. So normally, community, this is a time that we give them a round of applause. So thank you for your dedication, and we appreciate all you do for our kids.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Burke and everyone within the district. We appreciate that support. Moving on to business with individuals, I do have, looks like I have 10 cards. Do I have that right? 10 cards. Quick reminder: we don't listen. We can't listen to information about identifiable individuals, whether they're employees, parents, students. That all happens in executive session for confidentiality and coma reasons. We will hold this to 3 minutes. Board Clerk Candy Kramer will hold up a 1-minute sign and a out of time sign. So please do respect that time frame. With that, Aaron Davis.
Hello, my name is Erin Davis, and I have a son who is a sophomore in high school at Spring Hill. He continues to struggle with online learning. I'm not going to rehash all of that because of the time constraints, but yesterday he informed me he took 4 naps during the day, and he is not alone, and that is not unique to yesterday. He does not get up and get dressed for the day because he has nothing to look forward to. Combine that with sitting in a dark room, internet issues, and his limited attention span, his grades are worse than they ever have been. He is being dumbed down daily with remote learning. That is not a shot at the teachers because I sincerely believe that they are doing the absolute best they can, but it is not working for him. It feels like we are just having school just to say that we are having school. You're treating my son as if he's fully developed and fully capable to have the attention span and the discipline to stay 100% tuned in all day long when these kids have nothing but distractions at home. I have reached out for assistance to get help for him, and nothing has been successful to date. I do not have the luxury of monitoring him daily because my husband and I both work and cannot supervise our son. Our jobs are important because that income provides funds necessary to support this district, and currently this district is not supporting me. You see, the school is not just a building to my son and his friends. It's their community, it's their social life, it's their extracurricular activity, it's their structure, it's their routine, it's a source of food for some, it's a source of freedom, and others that may experience neglect or abuse in the home. It's a reason for getting up and getting out of bed every morning. I don't think I'm alone when I say our family has heated arguments about grades in school. It's so frustrating because his motivation is at an all-time low level, and this is when it needs to be at an all-time high level because of college preparation. It causes unnecessary turmoil within our home, with things that are stressful enough, dealing with the pandemic, the political environment, and the mental health of our kids. I don't know what limit, how far I can push him right now. I'm disappointed in where we are at. Just prior to semester end, we have become complacent and developed an is what it is mindset. Well, it doesn't have to be that way. It does not have to be, it is what it is. We can change. Our elementary kids are back in school full time, and that demonstrates that this can be done, as well as neighboring districts. Their secondary kids are in school. We will always have potential spreading events where our gating criteria will change. There's many holidays on the calendar. You guys can take a look at those. I don't need to read all of those. But I have reached out to a number of my friends to find out what are other districts doing. And I can't, in effort to save time, I came up with 12 school districts that are on-site, managing full on-site learning for secondary education. I'm sure they have some issues, but they are managing to do it. And I think Spring Hill is better than this. I think we can find a way to manage this. I heard from 9 other of my friends, and their school is at least, very least, in a hybrid mode starting second semester. I didn't find one school that was in remote. So basically, we have to do better for our kids. For the KDHE, we have had 0 deaths in Kansas from ages 0 to 17 and 6 total deaths from 18 to 24. Bottom line, we have shut down on-site learning for 6 total reported deaths and a combined hospitalization rate of 1.6. What are we doing here? It doesn't make sense. Stop. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or you got Laura Higginbottom.
Hi, my name is Laura Higginbotham, and I have 2 boys in the Spring Hill School District. One is a 3rd grader at Wolf Creek Elementary, the other is a 6th grader at Spring Hill Middle School. Through this whole pandemic, I've been able to see both sides here, from having an elementary student and also a middle schooler. And I have, since the beginning of the school year, I have seen one consistently go to school, while the other has been bounced back and forth between remote to in-person, back to remote again. I've seen emotional stability in my 3rd grader, who has had the opportunity to go to school every single day through this. He has had the opportunity to develop his social skills, get back to some sort of what we would call normalcy. And yes, things do look different in the elementary level, but he has adapted. He feels safe at school, and he continues to excel in all areas. On the other hand, I have a child who is far from being emotionally stable. He has diagnosed anxiety disorder, including separation anxiety disorder, and being at home for the past few months has not helped the separation anxiety. He needs stability, he needs structure, he needs a schedule that does not keep changing. He is losing sleep every night. Since about the 3rd of January, he wakes myself or my husband up every night because he cannot sleep. Last night, he was up at 2. I don't know how he can learn today when he's up at 2 o'clock in the morning, stressing about things that he shouldn't have to stress about as an 11-year-old. It has been hard enough for him to transition into sixth grade, go into a new school for him, and with a completely different environment, different teachers, and a different learning atmosphere. His social skills are lacking, and the only interaction he has with his peers is at school. He is not involved in sports or other activities where he can build on these outside of the building. He through the years he has gone through, from the time he was little, therapy, all kinds of therapy, and he has gone through so much, and he has come so far. But now we're back to square one after a few short months of being at home. He needs this time. He needs to be able to develop friendships and to learn how to engage with his peers. This is not healthy physically or emotionally for anyone in his age. He needs to learn how to properly interact with others. He needs to be back in school. I am here tonight to ask you as a board not to mess around with the gating criteria again. I am simply asking, just let's get rid of it. Let's get the decision back to our parents, to give us the decision to whether we know what's right and what's best for our children. If we want our kids to be in person, please give us that opportunity. Thank you.
I can't hear any of these names through the mask.
Lauren Cerulis?
Okay. I haven't done public speaking in a while, so you guys are going to have to bear with me on this. All right. First and foremost, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm here to go ahead and urge you all to open up the schools for all grades. It's amazing that we've been in this mess for nearly a year and not much progress has been made. However, I do want to be clear that I am incredibly grateful and thankful for the people in the primary schools. I have both a preschooler in the early childhood center, and I also have a daughter at Wolf Creek, and I am just so grateful the way that the teachers and staff have handled everything there, so really kudos to them, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. However, please help me understand why middle school and high school are still out of session. Study after study has been proven, and COVID transmission is low within the schools with all grades. Why are we dragging our feet on this? Month after month, we've had these BOE meetings to no avail. I understand that there are many parents who simply don't feel comfortable sending their kids to the classrooms, and I can sympathize with that. However, I also understand that there are many parents who are more than ready to send their kids back to school, yet week after week, they've been given the red light. Once again, why are we dragging our feet on this? Why does it seem like the school district is only catering to one side of the issue when it comes to secondary education? We have online schooling for those who are uneasy to return to the classroom, but what are you doing for the families and kids that are willing to risk it? As both a parent and a taxpayer, which I think that's incredibly important to note, that we are taxpayers in Kansas, we have a say in this, what are you guys doing? There should be options for both people, both choices regardless, not just one. Another issue, and this just really grinds my gears because how can it be so hypocritical, is your sports. Do not get me wrong, I was involved in extracurricular activities all through high school. I think that they are essential and they are vital, but how can you sit here and justify that the kids are okay to do their sports and extracurricular activities, which many of them are doing without a mask, but you can't open up your schools for kids to go to school? What kind of message are you guys sending? That sports are okay, education's not? COVID has brought a lot of things, a lot of uncertainties to all of us. However, one thing that has been current with that is that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to this issue. It's time to get it together, open up the schools for everybody. You still have those parents that don't feel good sending their kids to school. That's fine, they can stay at home. Why are they dictating what happens to the rest of us? And why are you guys allowing it? Get it together and open up the schools for everyone. Thank you.
Ashley Brashiri? What is this? Oh, okay.
Good evening, Dr. Burke, Mr. Wilson, members of the board. My name is Ashley Brashears. I've come here today as a concerned parent of a Prairie Creek second grader and an incoming 2021 kindergartner. I'm a current resident of Heather Ridge South subdivision located off 167th just to the west of Ridgeview. I have sent 3 emails to members of the board prior to speaking for you today, expressing my concerns. I have received only a couple brief emails in response. In addition, I would have spoken at the last meeting, but an email was sent from Mr. Winbolt to one of my neighbors in regards to the December meeting stating, there is a discussion item on the agenda for boundaries, but no action will be taken. I think it will be more to understand what has changed and why. Obviously, we all know action was taken and 3 of the map options were eliminated. This past March, I had to tell my first grader who attended Olathe Elementary School that he would never be returning to first grade due to the coronavirus. That same week, I also had to tell him that his 7th birthday party was canceled. It broke his heart. Over the summer, we decided to move. Like most parents, we wanted to move prior to the beginning of the school year so my son could start his new school. I'm not a fan of switching schools, as I myself had to move schools more than once. But if we're going to do it, then I would rather move him while he is still young. We found our home in Heather Ridge South, and I took my son to see his new school, Prairie Creek. We had many talks with my son about how he would meet new friends and how awesome his new school would be. Now here we are, halfway through the school year, and I am being told he may have to switch elementary schools a 3rd time. The data provided during the school board meeting showed Prairie Creek will not reach capacity till the 2024 school year. It is my understanding that Prairie Creek had an even larger capacity issue prior to Timber Stage opening in 2018. I want to know why this was not addressed in 2018 and why children are now going to be the ones to suffer the consequences. I live in a new development, so all the children in my neighborhood have had to transfer from their old elementary school to Prairie Creek within the past couple of years. I have provided you all with a map of the area, which shows my neighborhood circled in blue and the area of Stonebridge that was proposed to be moved circled in red. Prairie Creek is 1.4 miles from my residence. Timber Sage is 3.4 miles from my residence. If you move us to Timber Sage, then you will see we will be driving past 2 elementary schools to get to our school. In addition, 167th is a 2-lane road, and as a first responder in the area, I am very concerned about traffic flow issues this is going to cause for parents, or worse, traffic accidents. I randomly picked a residence located in the small area of Stonebridge that was proposed to be moved to Timber Sage. I believe this was option B, which was eliminated from last meeting. The Stonebridge residence is 1.6 miles from Timber Sage. Parents in Stonebridge could simply take Lackman to 172nd and would not be passing by any other schools. When the gentleman from the planning firm brought up this map option, I recall hearing one of the board members say, wouldn't this mean the children would be going to a different school than children across the street? It appears we are more concerned about splitting a neighborhood up than the distance our children will be traveling to school. I hope this has nothing to do with the fact that board members reside in Stonebridge and would have been affected or have neighbors affected if a small portion of the neighborhood would have to be moved. I understand there is discussion of a new elementary school being built in 2025. My soon-to-be kindergartner will be starting 4th grade that year. Based on recent history of this board, I'm very concerned you are going to be rezoning again and he will have to move. The past 10 months, I am almost done. The past 10 months have been unprecedented. Parents have lost jobs, lost family members, friends to COVID, and had to juggle the never-ending stress that COVID has brought. I'm asking you to reconsider moving the boundaries of Timber Sage and Prairie Creek. I understand Dayton Creek is opening this year, so boundary changes must occur for that area. Boundary changes for Timber Sage and Prairie Creek are not necessary, especially if you're planning on building another school within the next 4 to 5 years. In closing, we have never dealt with anything like COVID before. I don't believe we have begun to see the effects, as you can see, it will have on our children. Since this all began, they have faced change after change after change. They have faced disappointment after disappointment. Parents have reached their limits. If you decide to keep these map options, which I strongly oppose, then I'm asking you to grandfather families in, so our children do not have to suffer any more change
and disappointment they already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Troy?
Hello. Oh, I'm short. I always have to adjust. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I actually didn't plan on speaking, so I don't have a sheet to remind me of what I'm going to say. My family and I just relocated from out of state, and I want to be involved, and that's why I'm here. Some of the things that I'm hearing, I heard it back home. It was devastating that kids aren't adjusting well, it's the Board of Education. Like, this is the kids are the most important thing. And I think that if we can just get back to, I think everybody knows that. And I think everybody keeps that at the center of their mind the best they can. But hearing parents talk about how their kids aren't adjusting and aren't sleeping, like, we need to be worried, because we don't want that same parent up here in a month from now that their child isn't here anymore, because we've heard those stories on the news also. That said, I'm happy to be here. We spent a lot of time researching districts, and we picked Spring Hill, and we've heard nothing but amazing things. I have twins that are in Spring Hill Elementary. I have a middle schooler who is going to Spring Hill Middle School. I wanted to offer some of those things that we found successful in the other district. We did have a optional remote learning there also, and I know that that's, as I'm learning and just trying to understand what's happening here, there was an option. So we've heard, let parents decide. We can appreciate and understand some people are worried about having their kids in school. I get that. I'm not one of those people. I want my kids to be in school. I think they need it, and just hearing what we've heard from parents and how kids aren't adjusting well, that should be the number one thing. Our schools you have a choice, regardless of gating criteria. If there was no mandate for schools to be closed, our schools stayed open. The remote learners were a week behind to allow the teachers to kind of do the in-person classroom, and then allow them to upload all of the homework into the Canvas software, so that the remote learners could learn a week behind. They weren't required to Zoom into class. I think that would be tough for, we're hearing people say how challenging it is. I think even for us as adults, it would be hard to Zoom into something all day long. And again, commending teachers for what they're trying to do to help them. That said, remote learning, week behind, it really did help. The remote option that the parents could say, you know what, we're going to keep our kids home. We have that remote learning. There was no gating criteria. It was 100% parents had a choice. They couldn't go in and out as they saw fit. It had to be at the beginning of a semester. And it worked tremendously. I am here to offer any suggestions or help. If that is something you would consider, I strongly urge it. In all the things I've been hearing from district to district and where to go, and there were no complaints. They did a very good job, and I'm hoping to offer some suggestions and advice on how it worked well. We didn't hear about kids struggling there because they had a choice. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Vogelbacher?
I hardly ever have to move a mic up. Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, once again, thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the status of online education within the district. My name is Laura Vogelbacher, and I am the mother of a 4th grade student at Wolf Creek Elementary and a sophomore at Spring Hill High School. I have applauded the district in the past for being creative in finding ways for our children to continue participating in activities and for prioritizing in-person education for our middle and high school students. However, I fear that complacency has crept in and replaced the push to return our children to school. Gating criteria has become the paramount be-all, end-all of returning our children to the classroom. Professionals are being ignored as it pertains to the importance of in-person education. On December 30th, the CDC reported that it is critical for schools to open as safely and as quickly as possible for in-person learning. Schools play an important role in children's educational achievement, health, and well-being. The New England Journal of Medicine cites, children miss out on essential academic and social emotional learning, formative relationships with peers and adults, opportunities for play, and other developmental necessities when they are kept at home. Children living in poverty, children of color, English language learners, children with diagnosed disabilities, and young children face especially severe losses. Joseph Allen, who's the Associate Professor of Exposure Science at Harvard University, states, "We are failing. Kids out of school is a national emergency and is not being treated as such. The conversation on schools has gotten very reductionistic in terms of in-classroom risk. That risk is important, but it actually can be managed, and very few are talking about the risks of kids being out of school. The consequences are devastating. Kids are less social, and the learning is different. According to UNICEF, kids in school are less likely to suffer from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence. We open things like bars, restaurants, and casinos, and now we have millions of kids who are not in school. We have kids who are totally unaccounted for. So what is more important, gating criteria or the many professionals telling us unequivocally that we are damaging our children by keeping them online? Our district was once a leader in the push to return to school, but no longer. The Olathe district returned to hybrid following winter break. Shawnee Mission and Blue Valley will return this month. My daughter has adapted to online learning and learned to pivot. She has learned valuable lessons about change and loss, but what I do not wish for her to lose is hope, and I can feel it slipping away. I feel our children becoming lazy, disinterested, and unengaged. I feel them beginning to believe that they have no collective voice, and that is not a lesson that I wish to teach." Thank you.
Peyton Vogelbacher.
Good evening. I just wanted to say thank you to the board for allowing me to speak up about my virtual learning experience. I'm Peyton Vogelbacher, and I'm a sophomore at the high school. I'd like to share my experience with online learning this semester. One of the first issues I've had is being able to focus during my classes. I've always been an honor roll student and a good student in the classroom, but online learning makes it very difficult for me to learn while staring at a screen. I'm easily distracted by the virtual learning and not being in the classroom, along with the distractions I have at home. I find it concerning that I see some of the following during my classes: sleeping past first hour, joining calls up to 30 minutes late, kids joining while laying in their bed with no intentions to learn. Students that have been fired up about being in remote no longer have any hopes of going back and feel no one is listening to the struggles of online learning. We have only 4 years of high school to enjoy all of our experiences, and I feel that I have had multiple memories stolen from me. For example, my freshman track and soccer season, along with not getting to say a proper goodbye to some of my senior friends last year. I play competitive soccer, and this season my team has traveled to Iowa and Missouri, and I don't understand how we can safely do this and so many things in our daily lives, but we can't go back to school. My friends in other districts are safely returning to school in districts much bigger than Spring Hill, and I hope that we will get the opportunity to do so as well. Thank you.
Debbie Dominic. Do you need to see this?
Sorry, I'm just giving you a minute to finish what you need to do. Is that okay?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you guys for listening to us tonight, and to, there's so many of us parents. I know that you guys represent the constituents in your elected areas, and I know that you guys are all intelligent, and I hate to assume things, but I would guess that you guys have done some research in the areas of kids going back to school, and what is safe or what isn't safe, and which districts around us are in school full-time and which ones aren't. So I'm not going to focus a lot of my time on that. But what I do want you to hear is from a family who's been affected by kids that have not been able to go in-person learning. I have 3 teenagers at Spring Hill High School. Most of you know, or some of you know, that we adopted, and when we did, they had a lot of childhood trauma that came with them. And with the childhood trauma comes a lot of depression and anxiety. We've been dealing with this for years and have had medication and therapy, and help with that and felt like we were in a good place. Then COVID-19 hit. It was actually pretty cool at first because we all got to stay home and hang out, and I really think it was a good bonding time for our family. And then we're able to look forward to going back to school in August because we thought the heat was going to kill Corona. It didn't, and that really brought about a sense of hopelessness for our family. My husband and I are both working with kids. My husband works at university and works with student athletes, and he became sick in September with COVID himself. I also did too. And I think it hit our family especially hard because 3 days before we were diagnosed, my son attempted suicide. I fully blame COVID for that. My husband and I have to work. My kids are left home, unsupervised, and without any other positive support system around them. My son is doing a lot better now. I appreciate all the help that we've gotten, and we got a lot of help from the community when we reached out with our illness. But I want to make sure that you guys understand that anxiety and depression is real, and these kids are sitting at home, a lot of them without the support of additional adults in their life to give them that support and to be that positive voice for them. They need your support. Our family's doing well. We've changed our rules in our house, and kids are welcome in our house. We're masked if we need to be, and if we don't need to be, we don't. But I recently had about 12 kids over to our house for New Year's, and we did it because we had to. And these kids are not only hanging out with my children, but they came up and sat with me. They made sugar cookies with me, and they were so excited to play games with me. Not just hanging out in the basement playing video games with my sons. They were upstairs hanging out with me because they needed adult interaction that isn't their parents saying, get your homework done. Wake up. Aren't you supposed to be in class right now? Please, I beg of you, let our kids go back to school.
Amy Bruce.
I have 2 children in this district. I have a 4th grader at Wolf Creek, and I have a 6th grader at Spring Hill Middle School. I'm here tonight to ask the board to consider, discuss, and vote on doing away with the gating criteria with the start of the 2nd semester and allowing full-time, in-person education for those parents that have made that choice for their students. Our kids have done everything that has been asked of them this school year, and enough is enough. This virus is not going away. And it is time to put their mental health and education first, because both are being compromised the longer we continue remote learning. Remote learning does not work. It is inferior to in-person education. This is in no way a reflection of my opinion of our teachers. Both my parents were teachers, and I have the utmost respect and admiration for the job that they do, especially this year. But even the best teachers cannot combat the challenges of remote learning. Most importantly, the internet issues in this town, which we know are real and have been discussed at length, and the difference between a child being in school and them learning from their bedroom. There's no comparison. My hope is that after spring break, the numbers will naturally allow in-person education, assisted by the availability of the vaccine to teachers and the at-risk population should they choose to get it, and the overall numbers trending down as we move out of winter. However, that's at least 2 months away, and what we do between now and then is crucial to the overall outcome of this school year. We can still salvage it by starting the 2nd semester in person. Otherwise, it will be a year of subpar education, and that is unacceptable for our children. They are not widely affected by this virus, and it is time to stop asking them to sacrifice so much. My fear is that with the current gating criteria, we're going to start bouncing around in that gray area of 40 to 46 points in the coming weeks and months, potentially going in between in-person and remote. Case in point, on January 30th, we were at 41 points. We were literally 0.1% away on the metrics of getting to 40 points. Had we gotten there and we had returned to in-person learning, we went right back to 46 points the next week when the numbers were refreshed on the 6th. And while I personally would not be opposed to my son being able to go to school, even if it was only for a week, just to get him back in the classroom. I do understand that the inconsistency and back and forth will create stress and anxiety for the teachers and staff, which they certainly don't need any more of. Rather than go down that road, let those of us that chose in-person learning be able to execute that choice for our own children. Those who are not comfortable with that have the option to remain remote. The health department has acknowledged that it is not spreading in schools. Many districts around us are getting back to school, as we've talked about tonight. The surrounding smaller districts in Miami County, similar to ours, have been in person fully the whole year and have made it work. We made it work in the fall, and it is worth the overall education and well-being of our kids to give them this opportunity. Lastly, I want to advocate for the seniors. My son's a sixth grader. My hope is eventually it will just be a distant memory, and he will get to fully experience middle and high school. But our seniors don't have that time. They deserve to have the rest of their senior year. They've sacrificed enough, they've done their part, and it is time to put their needs first. So many of our kids' mental health and education is riding on how we go about the next few months. We have the chance to make it right for them. Please consider allowing in-person learning for those of us that have made that choice. Thank you.
Jessica Copeland. Oh,
So lower it too. Hi, I'm Jessica Copeland. I have a middle schooler and a third grader in Timber Stage. I am so thankful that my elementary school student has been in school this entire time. I was one of the almost 80% of us that chose in-person school. And at the beginning of the year, I was really, really excited about our school district, what we had done compared to others in Blue Springs and Olathe and whatnot. And except for those few weeks that we were in school, or middle and high school, it's just kind of trended downward, and now we're falling behind those other districts. And I want to speak to my middle school student. She loves school. She's a straight A student. She still is a straight A student, thank goodness, but she hates remote. And I find that for the most part, especially with the block schedule, she is in each class for possibly 50% of the hour and a half or so they're supposed to be in class. So she's getting half of the learning she's supposed to be doing. And this is not a slight on the teachers, because I work remote, and then I've heard people say, oh, that's kind of training them for the rest, the business, the way business is going, remote and computers and whatnot. I don't sit in meetings for 8 hours a day. I have breaks. I go off. So I get that it's tough to sit in those classes for an hour and a half, but that's supposed to be at least 2 to 3 days worth of teaching, and they're not getting that. So they're getting half of the teaching they're supposed to be doing. And not only that, but I've heard people talk about, teachers are supposed to be someone that kids can go to and be able to talk to other than their parents. These teachers, and most of these teachers are new. Some of them, the electives they had in maybe sixth grade. My daughter's a seventh grader. Some of these teachers are brand new, and besides those 3 weeks or so that they were in school, 4 weeks, whatever it was, they're a tiny little picture of 26 or whatever it is on a screen. They don't know my daughter. They don't know what she likes or doesn't like. And the teachers really can't express a lot too when they're not in person. So how are they supposed to go talk to them? How are they supposed to get help if they need help, other than, hey, little email here, It's not working. And we need to be in person. Everybody else is starting to go in person. The schools that are going back, even hybrid, have more students in their schools at hybrid than we do at full. So I agree with most of what everybody said. The skating, I'm sick and tired of bouncing around in that little white zone. It's not working. We can bounce back and forth, and that is not fair to the teachers. It's not fair to the students. It's not fair to the parents. We need to be in school. People say we can be in school. We wear these masks that are supposed to be the end, the be all end all, and they wear them. They do it in class. They do the mitigating. Aside from carrying a 6-foot ruler, they do what they're supposed to do. And we're asking a lot of our children and a lot of our parents. I work full time. I'm luckily at home, but I still can't hold my daughter's hand. So I just ask that something be done to get them back in school and be a help to everyone. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda, which includes approval of the consent agenda items. Approval of the minutes, personnel and investigators report. This is an action item for approval of the consent agenda.
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second. It's moved in second for approval of the consent agenda. Any discussions or comment around the consent agenda? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing.
Yes.
Approved, 7-0.
Moving on to discussion items is bond refinance. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, we haven't, sometimes you say something and then you say that there is no way this will ever happen again, and then, somehow the, things have changed in our society to the point that we are coming to you again to look at changing, I'm saying this completely wrong. This is kind of an exciting thing because, a few years ago, we were able to refinance some bonds, and we saved about $2.5 million of taxpayers' money, and that's really, really exciting. And then about a year later, we came to you and said, hey, the interest rate is at an all-time low, and we're going to be able to do something that we don't think we'll ever be able to do again. And we saved about $600,000. And then we were able to come to you a third time within 3 years and say, it's crazy, but we're going to be able to save you some money again. So believe it or not, we are here, Greg Barenberg, and I'm hoping to buy Greg a little bit of time so that he can get on here. Greg Barenberg is here to talk to you about refinancing bonds once again. So this is an exciting time because every time that we're able to do this, it saves our taxpayers money. And I got the sign that Greg is ready. So Greg, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me a chance to join you this evening. And Dr. Burke, that was a perfect lead-in. Never say never, but the opportunity surprisingly is here again. And the district has taken advantage of refinancing opportunities in the past. And when we lower the interest expense on a bond issue, it does a couple of things that are beneficial for the taxpayers. It first of all creates a savings, but it also puts you in a position where you can have some mill levy flexibility. And if we lower expenses in the bond and interest fund, then that may give you flexibility on where you set that mill levy for the repayment of the bonds. But then it also, for a growing school district, it also creates some capacity for you to layer in future bond issues if we're able to lower expense on the current bond issues. So we have had been fortunate to work with you to take advantage of some refinancings in the past and lock in that savings. And on page 2, it does show the savings from those prior refinancings. And going back to 2007, there have been 11 opportunities where you've taken advantage of low interest rates. Savings has ranged from about 200,000 to about 2.5 million, and it really depends upon the interest rate environment and then which portion of the outstanding bonds makes sense to refinance at that point in time. Our total is right now it's about 9.1 million in cumulative savings on all of those when you factor in the 2018D and the 2020 issue. But also when you take into account the estimated savings on this refinancing opportunity, that's going to get you very close to 10 million. In fact, the projected total is about 9,813,000. And with a little luck, we might be able to get to that $10 million figure, which seems like quite a milestone. The opportunity that is available to the district currently consists of a portion of the 2012, the 2013, the 2016, and the 2016B bonds. And when we refinance a bond issue, it's not like a home mortgage. We can actually go in and look at each individual series of bonds. And then inside of that bond issue, we can look at each year or each maturity of the bond issue. And we would only refinance those years and from those series of bonds that produce a positive savings for the district. So right now we've identified a little over 20 million in outstanding bonds that would produce a positive savings. Those bonds have an average interest rate of about 4.5%. So when we run our calculation of the refinancing analysis, we look at current interest rates, where we would be currently for a refunding bond issue, and the estimated interest rate on the refinancing would be about 1.49%. So a pretty significant drop from 4.5% to 1.49%. This is a fairly short bond issue. We have a final payment in 2031, and the cumulative or the total savings from the refinancing would be estimated $667,673. That is net of all costs. It's the actual savings that the district would realize over the life of the bond issue. And that averages out to be about $60,697 per year over that roughly 10-year time frame. And so as some of you may recall, the process for completing a refinancing starts with the approval of or consideration of approval of an authorizing resolution. And from the board's perspective, the refinancing is really two steps. The first step is to give us permission to get started working on the refinancing, work with the bond rating agency, draft the documents for the refinancing, work with your bond attorney, Gilmore and Bell, to draft the legal documents for the refinancing. And then if interest rates remain favorable and the savings is still at a level that makes sense to pursue, then we would lock in the savings and come back to the board for that second step, which would be adoption of the bond resolution. The authorizing resolution doesn't obligate you to complete the refinancing or accept the results. But once we come back to you with the final savings, if that is acceptable, you would lock that in at that point in time by adopting that bond resolution. The calendar of events that we've outlined, and we've included this in your board packet on page 11, shows consideration of that authorizing resolution this evening. We would then move quickly to get all of the documents in place, have the rating in place, be in a position where we could move forward as quickly as possible to lock in the savings. And then if the savings is still acceptable, we could possibly be back to you at your February 8th board meeting with the final results and the final savings for your consideration. But as some of you may recall on the last refinancing, we've had a lot of volatility in the bond market. And we also have had this refinancing is fairly sensitive to minor changes in interest rates. And so the last refinancing, we received your permission to get started. And then once we got everything ready, it took us longer to lock in that final savings than we had anticipated. That is possible to be an outcome on this one. But I think where interest rates are currently and being able to add to that savings that you've been able to accumulate over the years, getting your permission to get started and then looking for the right time and the best time to lock in the savings seems like a good approach. So I will stop there. Happy to answer any questions, but appreciate, as always, the opportunity to help you with your bond issues and look forward to capturing the savings.
Hey, Greg, this is Jason. In your experience, are there many buyers of bonds at the 1.3% level? I mean, that's really, really low. And I know that we had one, I believe that was just around 2% recently. And I just wanted to know your experience on, I mean, it's hard to experience a 1.3% interest rate, but just your experience in that.
Sure. Yeah, and very good question. And that may actually be one of the biggest surprises for me in my career is how strong the bond market was. Really, we had some volatility in March. Interest rates went up, but ever since then, interest rates have settled back down. We hit the all-time record low in August, and we're right now right back very close to that all-time record low. And it's surprising how much money has flowed into the bond market, how strong of a demand there has been for bond issues. And when you think about it from an investor perspective, investors aren't thrilled about locking in long-term investments, whether it's a 10, 20, or even a 30-year bond issue. But it's surprising how well-received bond issues have been. And we haven't had any problems getting the bond issues sold. Now, I have seen periods where you get in a low interest rate environment and then you start to get investors pulling back and waiting for, if they sense that rates might be going up, then you can run into some difficulty. But we've had a strong bond market, and investors seem to be lining up for the bond sales, and we've not had any problem completing the issues. So it's a really good environment for the district.
Thank you.
Any other questions on potential bond refinance? This is scheduled as an action item.
It's
so
discussion first.
Right. I'm closing out the discussion item on the bond issue, and we'll move on to action items. First action item is the bond refinance. We've just heard information. If you have any further questions for Greg, it's certainly open for discussion, but it is as an action item. Just for clarification, Greg, I want to make sure I clearly understand this, is that this action item or this resolution really allows and gives you permission to look further into this, put final numbers out there, and then before we would actually be fully committed to this, there's another approval, another action item that would allow that. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Yeah, and there are certain steps we have to go through before we can actually get to where we can lock in the savings, and that process usually takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So this will allow us to move forward. But another thing that's important to keep in mind is that if rates move up on us and we just miss this opportunity and it never makes sense to capture the refinancing, then we'll just cancel the refunding bond issue or put it on hold. And we'll make sure that the way we handle this, that there's no cost or expense to the district if we're not able to capture a savings.
Thank you.
I just want to, excuse me. I just wanted to talk to the public about time-sensitive issues like this one. Normally we do a discussion item and then we wait to the next meeting to do the actual action item. But due to the time sensitivity with the bond market, it's something that we felt that we needed to get at least the process moving. And so that's why we've brought both the discussion and action item to this meeting. So we need to try to get those savings as fast as possible. Go ahead, Nils.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you could just go back over the totals on how much it'd be refinanced and what the savings were.
Sure, I'm happy to. So we're looking at refinancing a little over 20 million of bonds from the 2012, 13, 16, and 16B issues. They have an estimated average, or they have an average interest rate of 4.5%. And then the estimated interest rate on the refinancing would be about 1.49%. And that results in a savings of $667,673 over the life of the issue. And it's an 11-year bond issue.
Thank you.
And so the bond refinancing, then correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but what that does as far as refinance, and then this is just gives permission to go out and look and pull things together, but there are two things it accomplishes. Number one is it saves on the mill levy, and it also reduces the amount of interest that the district taxpayers pay for bond dollars. Those are the two primary outcomes that we're after.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Varenberg?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve a resolution authorizing the offering for sale of general obligation refunding bonds of Unified School District number 230, Johnson County, Miami County, Kansas, Spring Hill.
Second, this is Eric.
It's moved and seconded to approve a resolution to, for this bond refinancing. Any final questions or discussion for Greg Barenberg? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote. Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
approved.
Greg, did you say that, I didn't see it in the notes, but did you say the refinancing of bond issues that we've done over the last few years is saved the district over 10, or including this would save the district over $10 million?
We are hoping.
Or was it 8.5? Not quite.
Yeah, well, it was 8.5 million. Then when you factor in the 2018B refinancing, that had savings of about 639,000. So the actual amount of savings you have locked in to date is 9,145,000. And then if we're able to lock in savings on this opportunity of an additional 667,000, that brings us to 9,813,000. And if we're lucky and things line up well regarding interest rates and we can get slightly more savings, then it's not impossible that we could actually bring that cumulative total to 10 million or more.
Okay, good. So that's 8 million less we pay in interest on bonds.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next action item is Spring Hill High School band trip. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, if you remember at the last meeting, Mr. Dan Woogie was here, band director, to talk to you about a band trip December 2021 to go to the 80th anniversary of the bombing of Pearl Harbor and to be able to perform. Oh, I'm talking, I didn't see there. Sorry, Mr. Woogie. We think this is a great opportunity for kids to be able to go to Hawaii for $2,000 is amazing. Mr. Woogie has done had a great history of having very successful trips. He does a lot of fundraising, and we think this is an incredible opportunity for kids of Spring Hill, and we highly recommend that the board approve this trip.
Any questions on the band trip?
I'm sure you take chaperones.
I'm sorry?
I'm sure you take plenty of chaperones, right?
Yes, we have lots of offers already, so.
A Board of Education chaperone?
Yes, I suppose.
I think it sounds like a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah.
No question. Yeah, any questions?
Asked them all last time.
Candy, please collect the vote.
Oh, you had to make a motion.
Need a motion.
Oh, yeah, well, I guess we gotta make a motion, don't we? I get ahead of myself.
Mr. President, I motion to approve the band trip to Hawaii.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded to approve the band trip to Hawaii. Any final questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
approved, 7-0.
Thank you. Good luck.
Very
Thank
much,
you.
appreciate it.
Moving on to action item 9.03, 2 morning meetings this semester at schools. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, just because of the COVID and the continuation of being concerned about people being in the building, we are asking that the morning meetings that's at the schools be moved here and be moved to the evening. We'll still do a presentation by the schools, though they will just be here, and gives you an opportunity to still support our schools. So at this point, we ask the board to approve moving the January 25th and February 22nd board meetings here to Hilltop at 7 p.m. respectively.
Any questions on moving those 2 meetings?
Mr. President, I move we approve the moving of, the January 25th and February 22nd morning meetings to Hilltop Center at 7 p.m.
Second.
Moved and seconded to move, 2 meetings, this semester at schools. Any final questions or discussion? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing. Yes. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt.
Yes.
Mr. Updike.
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to Dayton Creek boundaries and district growth. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I believe sorry about that. I believe Rob Swartz is online. He's here. He is here to answer any questions. He did update a presentation that I believe is on the board content. There's a couple of things on here. We do have option A2, option C2, and option D. There is the Spring Hill boundary options that he asked him in there. And then also at the bottom, we did reach out to Apple Bus and asked them for estimated ride times on the bus for each of those options. And we did that based on the student who lived furthest away. So with this, Rob, I'll turn it over to you. And so the one thing I will say, or I will ask the board is, we're getting to the point that once the decision's made, the sooner the better, because we have to start doing staffing. We'll have to hire additional staff, but we also need to give staff who are internal, who want to transfer. There's also some positions that some teachers may want to change their career path. And the sooner that we can get this decision made, the better it is, and the less, the more time that we have to make good decisions. So with that, Rob, any information that you want to give, that's great, and then the board can ask whatever questions that you have.
All right, perfect. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, sweet, perfect. So I'm going to do an overview. So thank you, Dr. Burke, for that introduction. My focus is going to be on the 3 options that you as a board at our last time we met, you felt were worthy to move forward and have further discussion, specifically with the public. And so we've integrated some of those thoughts that we heard from the public. So we have elementary option A2, C2, and D. And then there's middle school option A and B. I think that's kind of set based on which elementary option you choose. A little bit about starting out, here's our current elementary attendance areas. So for the reference of anyone that's listening into this Zoom or this meeting, here's the current boundaries. And so obviously we don't have Dayton Creek because we haven't set those boundaries. And then with the middle schools, you can see the existing Woodland Spring Middle School and Spring Hill Middle School boundaries. Woodland Springs Middle School being the orange, Spring Hill Middle School being the purple. So this brings us to the boundary options. Each of these bullet points are important, but I want to focus on the last 2 bullet points. And starting from the bottom, administration would not recommend C2 because of some of the capacity challenges that occur during the next 5 years of our projection timeframe. Those 2 elements are Spring Hill Elementary is over 95%, and Dayton Creek would be under 60%. We are recommending, as at least administration's recommending, and RSP as well, is that option A2 or D would be the elementary options that would be considered by the board. Depending on which elementary option, that's going to set in motion if you want a complete assignment of elementary to a middle school, that's going to relate in if you choose elementary option A2, you'll want to have middle school option A. If you choose elementary option D, as in dog, you would want middle school option B.
Hey, Rob, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute. The only thing that we're asking the board to make a decision on is one of the elementary options. because if there might need to be a change afterwards, so we're not set in stone on the middle school options. So that could come back at a much later date. Because nobody next year would be going to a different middle school, I don't believe.
So some of the criteria that we used, again, for the benefit of those people that are just now tuning in, is we tried to focus on the geographic proximity of students, trying to balance the enrollments, ideally having buildings between 75 and 95%, with the natural understanding that depending on which boundary you choose for Dayton Creek and the speed in which those developments come online and the number of students that are yielded, we at Dayton Creek may not get to 75% until we get closer to the 5-year time frame of the projection time period that we're using. We also wanted to ensure that there would be reasonable capacity available at schools where there's a lot of growth that's happening, particularly Timber Sage and Wolf Creek. We wanted to minimize the number of potential students that would have to take multiple attendance area changes. And then we want to impact the fewest number of students with all of these variables in play. Some of the highlights with A2, and I'll switch into the map here in a moment, but 21-22 Dayton Creek Elementary opens. We're going to alleviate some of the challenges at Prairie Creek Elementary. We'll be realigning Timber Sage Elementary for future growth. We alleviate some of the capacity challenges at Wolf Creek Elementary. We realign the Spring Hill Elementary for future growth. And then we have a complete elementary to middle school feeder. So that's in general the highlights. When you see the maps, it's a little bit easier to see those changes, and we'll be there in a moment. This page here on 10 illustrates what the enrollment would be with Dayton Creek Elementary coming online. And you can see in A2 that by 25-26, we're at about 72% of Dayton Creek's capacity. Prairie Creek, 90%. Spring Hill at about 84%. Timber Sage at 91%. And Wolf Creek at 84%. And you can see the number of students as you go from 2021 through 25-26. The second table are the students that are impacted by the boundary change. So remember what we do here is on this first column, this is the school where they currently reside. If you notice, there's no Dayton Creek because we have not yet assigned that boundary. Then as you move to the right, based on the option, how are we seeing those students that are kindergarten through 4th grade be reassigned? So if we look at Prairie Creek, we have 31 K through 4 students that would be going to Timber Sage. Spring Hill Elementary, you can see at Dayton Creek, there's 44. And if we follow that column down, that's how we get to the students that are impacted by this boundary change that are current K through 4th graders that would be going to a different building next year when these boundaries go into effect for option A2. Here's the visual of that area. So if you remember what we did on those other maps, we carried that forward on these maps. We've labeled some of these different areas so that when you look at the table on the left-hand side and you see the letter, you'll see where they're currently being assigned and then where they would go in option A2 and the number of K5 students that would generally be in that area described by the boundary of that blue-black line. So this kind of gives you an idea of where those families are that are being impacted. The key thing here that I want to illustrate, and you'll see this on all 3 elementary maps, the conversations that we've had with Dr. Burke and with Brad about some of these options, we run into the challenge of how we cross over 169 or 7 Highway. And so do you do it here in option A2? We're on the south side, south of 223rd Street in the southern area of the city limits of Spring Hill. Does it move over to Dayton Creek? Or in another option where we're looking at some sort of change that's in the 199th Street corridor. Each of them come with some advantages, each come with some disadvantages, but just where students are, where our facilities are located, that's one of the norms that we're seeing happen in any of these options. We're having to move something on the spine of 169.7 from the east side to the west side. It's going to solid colors representing what this boundary would look like. Some of the things that we had from the public feedback on A2, some of the deltas that we saw was a long distance for the neighborhood in the southwest part of the district, traffic concerns, worried about some of the development in neighborhoods and the large number in some of the schools. They did give some different suggestions. Some of these may overlap with some other areas that we're already showing in another option. So it didn't seem like anyone gave lots of pros for this initially with comments. We'll see some other things here in a moment. So C2, some of the general themes that happen. Again, Dayton Creek opens in 21-22. We're going to alleviate some of the capacity challenges at Prairie Creek, just like the other option. We'll realign Timber Sage for future growth. We alleviate some of the capacity challenges at Wolf Creek. We realign Spring Hill Elementary for future growth. We improve transportation impact for some of the rural students. And like the other option, we have a complete elementary to middle school feeder. Again, here's where we look at some of the data, and this is where you start to see why administration is not recommending this option. As we look at Dayton Creek, it's under 60% when we get out to 25-26. And when we look at Spring Hill Elementary, you can see we're at 96% when we're out in 25-26. The students that are impacted by this boundary change, again, that's described here. There's a total of 288 students. And you can read some of the comments that we put in there under this to help you understand some of these data sets. If we look at the map, this is where we started to bubble out a little bit on 199th Street. In some of our conversation that we had, I think, with you, the board, what we saw with some of the comments, I believe with the public input on this 199th Street spine, we run into some challenges with like Brookwood Farms. In this option, we're not yet moving over here to the east, but the further we go on 199th Street to get close to Wolf Creek here on Ridgeview, some of the challenges of, hey, maybe I can see this, or I naturally might be going this direction. That becomes our challenge when we move anything on this 199th Street spine. In C2, we moved last. We moved, I believe this is Maple Ridge and G, and we moved it over to Dayton Creek, but it's not enough to get them up over that 60% capacity. We also tried in this option, because there's a lot of conversation about the older part of, or the southern part of the city limits of Spring Hill here in this area F, to be moving that up into Spring Hill Elementary. But you can see the challenge that we have is we get to that 95%, greater than 95% utilization at Spring Hill. So you can see how this all looks. It's a little more compact than what we saw in A2, but still has some challenges. Some of the feedback that we had was it makes the most sense geographically was one of the comments. Deltas, again, the transportation for areas in the southeast or southwest, different traffic concerns, busing costs. I think we'll be able to address that tonight. And there are a lot of students that are impacted by this change. So again, they made some different suggestions about what this might potentially could look like if you were to improve it. If we get to option D, which is one of the board, one of the administration recommendations, we again have Dayton Creek opening in 21-22. We're going to alleviate the capacity challenges at Prairie Creek. We realign Timber Sage to account for that growth that's going to happen there. We alleviate the capacity challenges at Wolf Creek Elementary. We do minimize some of the students that are impacted. We improve the transportation impact for rural students. And again, just like the other options, we have a complete elementary to middle school feeder. What we like about this option, when we say we, administration, RSP, and we look at the capacity impact, we have a little more flexibility in some of the buildings. When we look at Timber Sage and it gets up to 95%, we start to position ourselves In this option, we should know that Timber Sage, where we have most of the new growth happening, we position for that next elementary building and how that might be able to alleviate Timber Sage. And the same thing with Wolf Creek as we get to 78%. If we start to see some of those other developments happen there, and we'll be able to alleviate them. We do know there's a new development that we're working with an attorney on that's over on the east side of the district that's maybe going to be a little bit faster than what we were initially thinking when we did our projections. So all of these things kind of to tie into how we start to plan for that next elementary building. But again, you can see the students that are impacted here, kindergarten through fourth grade, it's 199. So this is the lowest number of students that are impacted. It may provide a little bit easier middle school boundary, even though we're not talking about that tonight for middle school 3, but it does start to position us for an easier boundary. If we look at that visually, what we're able to see here, this is where I tell you we bubble out along 199th Street, where we take in Brookwood Farms, which is on the south side of 199th Street here. And then we take in Boulder Springs on the north side here on 199th Street, along with Maple Ridge. They come over to Dayton Creek. And then you can see we maintain the area on the southwest part of the district that's already been assigned to Spring Hill. It remains at Spring Hill. The area that's in the southern part of the city limits of Spring Hill stays at Wolf Creek. Another area that we heard a lot about in the public input was this area that's boundaried by 183rd Street on the north, 199th Street on the south, Renner Road on the west. This rectangle area would still stay at Timber Sage. Some of the pros that we heard on this, we actually had more pros from the public comments. More desirable, less families moving around. I don't know what the capacity seems far. That was an incomplete thought. We go back. Delta's long distance for neighborhoods in the southeast part of the district. And they had some different suggestions as well for what their thoughts were. This table here gives us some of the comparisons. So you can see the projections and what that means for capacity. And then the bottom, we show you the students that are impacted. And you can see A2 and C2 have considerably more students than what we get with option D. Some of the variables to look at. So we have each of the options. And then across the top, I list like geographic proximity, some of the comments that we heard about that, the building capacity that would be less than 75%. You can see in all of these, Dayton Creek's less than 75%. Where we get greater than 95%, C2 is the only option where we have a building that fits that criteria. That would be Spring Hill. You can see with the SIBC, when you use 250 students as kind of the benchmark, so is it more than or less than? And then do we cross 169 highway? Again, we have that in all 3 of these options. The last few things before I open up for some of your thoughts tonight. So we pulled in some of the information that was on the public inputs, and you can see it's really close between the 3 options when I look at the scores here, which would be the 4th column. If you go down there, you can see option D was rated as the number 1 with 409 total points. Option A2 at 387 and C2 at 371. The other thing that we looked at was the favorability, because you can see the 3 colors for each of the options. And so the brighter, at least on my monitor, it's more of a brighter coral color. You can see that in option D, we had a lot of favorability for their first rank of option D. The lighter pink color would be if they selected it as their second option. And then the blue is if it's the 3rd option. So you can see we had a lot of people that liked it versus a little bit more than those that ultimately would have ranked it number 3. I won't have to talk about the middle school. Let me open up then for some maybe comments or thoughts that you, the board, have? And if I can answer those questions, I will.
So first, I'd like to start off with a comment, not a question. This is for everybody else. We had a woman come up and reference an email I sent to some people in Heather Ridge South, and I was asked a direct question. I gave a direct response. Whenever I made that response, we weren't going to take any action. It was a discussion item only. So I apologize. I publicly apologize to everybody here and watching online that I made that statement. Things changed whenever we got here, and I apologize. I'm not sure if it should have had an action item to reduce. That's something we can investigate. So I'll take that upon myself as something I can investigate and grow from, and I apologize for my mistake.
I want to weigh in on that as well. I was not comfortable with the speed and the discussion that entailed dropping those other options. It was a long night. We probably listened to 2 hours of speakers, and I think there was some pressure to get moving. So I'm not comfortable with that either.
Questions or discussions for?
Yeah, I had a question. I heard several things about that we're talking about not grandfathering. I was wondering what's playing into that decision. Seems like there's plenty of room to grandfather about at any school, so I didn't know what was driving that.
What we've done in the past is we've grandfathered, or I hate the word grandfather anyway. I don't think that's a good word. In the past, we have allowed 5th graders to finish the year. So any student that was going to be a 5th grader next year in any of the elementaries would be able to finish the elementary that they would have, hopefully gone through most of their career through. But at this point, we're not planning to grandfather. And because if you look at some of these, especially look at D, I think you have people that want you to grandfather Heather Ridge, they want you to grandfather Boulder Creek, and they want you to grandfather Brookwood Farms. With all that grandfathering in, your equitable distribution across the schools is going to go way down. And so what's going to happen is in a few years from now, you're going to be looking at 2 or 3 elementaries that were crowded or overcrowded, and you're going to have one elementary that was really, really small, which would be Dayton Creek.
So they're wanting to grandfather entire neighborhoods rather than my child. Is that the deal? Instead of.
That's what I was going to ask about as well. I mean, I pulled up from the last meeting documents. So if we're looking at Heather Ridge, that's 37 students that says they would move from Prairie Creek to Timber Sage. Does it have to be? I mean, I don't know about grandfathering the whole neighborhood indefinitely, but maybe just those 37 students so that they could stay where they're at.
You would not have to grandfather the whole area, but how do you grandfather Heather Ridge and then not grandfather the people over in Boulder Springs or not grandfather the people in other areas? Because once you start opening it up, you need to open it up to everybody, because otherwise it's going to be discriminatory. So it's not just Heather Ridge. It's once you open it up, you're opening it up to all those people that want it. Now you can come in and say, well, maybe not everybody will want to move it. Well, maybe everybody does. So instead of, you have to look at the scenario. The problem with growing is that we're going to make some people unhappy, and that's just, unfortunately, that's a part of it. Or you're going to be back to where you were a few years ago. And those of you who are on the board, remember when we were overcrowded at Prairie Creek and we were maximized at Wolf Creek, and we had plenty of parents that were upset and complaining because class sizes were so big in those buildings, and there was nowhere to put additional teachers in. So I'm just trying to. When we're throwing these options out, we're trying to remind you of your own history and then the decisions that you're looking at. Probably within 3 to 4 years, you're going to be looking at a 6th elementary school. And at that point, you're going to have to redo your boundaries again. That's part of the problem with growing is people want to move here. And when they want to move here, somebody's going to have to move. Everybody can't stay where they're at. Or you're going to start having modular units sitting out in schools to adjust for the overcrowding. I'm just being the bad guy that's being honest with you.
I was just trying to think of a way to minimize the impact, and maybe fourth and fifth or something. I don't know. I mean, if you had a criteria that you went by, then you wouldn't have just be a free for all of this.
Without knowing the
I do feel like
numbers.
this is a different year too. Like they've been through a lot this last couple of years, so.
It'd be good to know a number, is it 37, is it
How many would actually move?
60, you don't,
But if you're gonna grandfather, or if you're gonna say, let's not disturb people this year, then what you're recommending is not opening Dayton Creek this year. Because if you grandfather and people take you up on it, then you're forcing nobody to go to Dayton Creek. And right now, we're talking about staffings that are around 60%-ish. I'm gonna tell you financially, that is, if you get much below that, that is a hard efficiency to have to swallow for taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, unfortunately, these are the difficult decisions we have to make as board members. And I know we don't take them lightly. It's just that we have to do what's best for the district financially, as far as minimizing student movement impact to the students. It's something we're going to have to do. I've been on the board almost 8 years, and I think we've done this twice, elementary school boundaries twice since then. So it's nothing new. We're going to have to do it again after this time. We're also going to have to do middle school boundaries. It's just part of our job to make those tough decisions that impact students and families. But I would like to say that I would try to do this as minimal as possible, with the greatest impact to opening Dayton Creek.
it gets harder because they have more splits,
Right.
It was 2, now it's 4,
Right.
And remember, you passed a resolution not too long ago. We just we bought land. So within a couple of years, we're going to be right back here with middle school number 3, and you're going to have to do boundaries again. This is just one of the negative issues of a fast-growing district.
I got a question, I don't know if it's for Rob, but on elementary option A2, the pink box for Prairie Creek, or orange, whatever, on the left, does anyone know what that's zoned for? Because it's just a big open field next to the railroad tracks.
Just ag for now.
Ag. So it's not, it could be developed.
Rob, as of right now, you're understanding there's no students in that area?
No, there's no students, I'm just asking,
Right.
Is it zoned commercial or residential?
Where are you looking at?
Oh, that
The pink
separated pink
square
box.
by itself.
Separated orange
right
box.
here.
There's 0 students in that box.
And who knows there's a railroad track right there too, so I don't know if anything's gonna
Rob, do you
be
know
built
how that's zoned? Because I think currently it's agricultural, isn't it?
Currently, it's ag, and I'll do a quick dig here to see if I see something on my computer that I can look at.
Because
But we don't
box A
have
with
any
all 3
current
choices.
developments or planning.
It's the
Oh, same.
So what's that?
Box A on all 3 choices is the same. There's no change there on any of those, even though it looks like there is.
Well, what he's saying is Prairie Creek is at 90% in all 3 choices, whether you include that box or not include the box.
Right.
So,
It has no effect on the map.
yeah, and, if we move it now to include Timber Sage, it's not gonna affect any students, but, in the future, it may be included in something that we need to, another elementary school we need to move it to, so there's no impact.
Right. And what I'm getting at is the box below, what's below it,
Is the
if
part-
you wanted to make a change, you could
Yeah.
make it there. The other box is pointless at this point.
Right, but that's, if as we saw, we put those students back in Prairie Creek, we're gonna be at pretty close to 100%. Especially with, Stonebridge, I think it's Stonebridge Manor, Rob, completing all the Stonebridge trails in Stonebridge Manor, in that orange area, it's really gonna push some pressure on Prairie Creek if we keep Heather Ridge South and Boulder Creek.
Something else for everyone to consider, since you were talking about like grandfathering, one thing that we've seen in many schools, if you're assigned to a brand new school opening, you have to go to that school. And you might consider if there's space in some of the other buildings where you're going from an existing school to another existing school, that maybe there could be some opportunities for options. That would be something that gets you something that can be more uniformly adopted for the existing buildings, but still maintain that people that are assigned the new building, that you have the right number of students at that facility.
So to clarify, do you mean that they could put in for a transfer to Dayton Creek if Dayton Creek's low on attendance from any of the other schools? Is that what you mean?
Actually, two things. One is, since Dayton Creek would be opening lower, you could allow any student to potentially transfer that's not assigned to Dayton Creek. But more so, what I was looking at, if we focus on the Heather Ridge here, and we kind of zoom into this area. So with those 30 some students here in Heather Ridge, and they're assigned at Prairie Creek, but now we have them going to Timber Sage because Prairie Creek's too full. If they still fit into Prairie Creek, let's say you allow current fourth graders to be able to remain there as fifth graders, if that could work with capacity is a guideline. We've worked with districts where they may allow some of those student options within that type of transfer policy to remain at Prairie Creek in this example.
But Rob, you're also saying not to transfer out of Dayton Creek, correct?
Correct. As a new building, you would say everybody has to go to that building. And sometimes they'll put in a condition for at least the first semester or the first year. And of course, everything that trumps anything with transfers for the good of everybody is if there's an IEP, there's some sort of special circumstance that would require educationally that student to go to a different building.
So Rob, how long does that last then? So let's say that you allow people to transfer for a year or two, and now the kids are in third or fourth grade, and now it's full. At that point, do they have to go back to the other school?
Yeah, that's something usually space has been dictating when we work with other districts. Typically, we see with grandfathering, it's usually just 1 year or 2 years, because the reason that you're making the changes is because there's going to be capacity concerns. So that would be kind of driven by, how does the data allow this? Could we do it for 1 year? Could we do it for 2 years?
I was just going to say, we normally don't, unless it's an extraordinary reason, we don't allow transfers. And again, it's to keep the equitability among the buildings. What I don't want is people to say, walk out of here thinking, oh, I can get a transfer. We don't normally allow transfers. There's few exceptions, but we normally don't do that.
Maybe we'll talk about this more, but I was looking at the busing page. Thank you for getting that information, whoever, I think you requested that, but the times on busing. And it looks like with option D, everybody is on the bus after 7 o'clock, which that is definitely a benefit if we're looking at busing. I mean, a couple of these options have them on the bus at 6:48. That's a long time to be on a bus.
Early.
And early in the morning. So I just wanted to point that out. I just want to say thank you for the busing times. Thank you to Apple Bus for providing that. I mean, I think it's still dark at that time. You're getting on the bus in the dark.
most of the year.
Unfortunately.
That's a good point. So A2 has students getting on the bus before 7 a.m. C2 has students getting on bus before 7 a.m. D is the only option that they're getting on 7 a.m. or later. They're all right around 7. D also has the lowest number of students impacted by the boundary change.
But, which I realize that looking at that on onset, 7 a.m. compared to 6:48 sounds like 12 minutes, but all of us have been parents, and that 12 minutes in the morning is a big deal.
Hurry. Well, and the other thing about D is it was, we got the most positive comments, and the rankings, it was the highest as well.
Yeah. Well, strongest number of first preferred too.
Right.
Based on parent feedback.
Boundaries are so hard. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I grew up in Olathe, so I was a child of the 80s and 90s and went to 4 elementary schools, and my middle school split, and then my high school split. So went to 2 high schools too. So I understand how hard that is, but I don't know that I think I turned out okay. I mean, so but I do have compassion towards the people trying to keep things normal, consistent for sure. But I see what you're saying, because I'm looking at this chart. There's 37 students that would move from Prairie Creek to Timber Stage in option B. But then when we're looking at the kids moving to Dayton Creek, we're looking at 80 plus 47 plus 77. So that's like quick math. Over 200 students that could potentially, if we were to grandfather, they would potentially stay. So that's a lot more than the 37. And that's the point you were trying to make, Dr. Burke, I believe.
That is correct. It's kind of like when you're a parent. It's hard to do for one of your kids and not do for the other.
I do wish there was a way that we could know how many of them would actually do that, but. And I also hear the argument, I know that they're driving past one school, and that's what's been happening within spring. I mean, the kids that are past 223rd driving past Shees to go to Wolf Creek for I don't know how many years, right? So that's not abnormal within the district, but.
Was that 2013 that Wolf Creek opened?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've been doing it for 7 years.
I do still understand their concern, for sure.
Yeah, and I want to at least say that I'm compassionate to their desires of staying with their friends in that building, the teachers, principal. It doesn't make it makes our job a lot more difficult to make these decisions, but I'm ready to take action if everybody else is.
Any other questions? Discussion?
Sharon, Eric, did you have anything?
I really don't. I mean, I think you do have to look at the number of students that are impacted, because that would make a difference down the road in another boundary change, that you're going to have fewer students impacted twice, possibly then. So I'm comfortable to vote at this point too.
I'm good, Jason. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. President, I move.
Several.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so we've heard several reasons why option D seems to be the one that's got the fewest impact. Kids get on after 7 a.m. instead of before 7. And geographically, it seems to line up pretty well with the main roads across 169. I would recommend that we adopt option D.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt option D for Dayton Creek boundaries and district growth, the districting all elementary schools. Any other discussion or questions, comments? Candy, please collect a vote.
Start the vote with Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing. Yes. Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no. It passes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to policy BL.
Yeah, this is this is something that was brought up a while back, talking about board members. Basically, in alignment with what the staff is doing. I know that there's some, all of you, not all of you, but anybody that sent information to Greg was able to work that into that. And then he did have a recommendation at the bottom as well that, that the board should receive annual training, based on discrimination and harassment. That's title, what is that? Title, yeah. Well, I'd say Title IX, but it's saying Title VI there, so I think that's actually Title VII, but Title VI, Title IX, Policy AC and KN, bullying and child abuse, neglect. I believe if Michelle's here, we have all that online for you, so we can make that available for you. And with that, we recommend the board approve this policy.
When would we take the training? Would it be, annually in January, since new board members come on in January, or would we wait to do it with the employees in July, August, whenever they do that?
I was going to recommend that you probably just start doing it in January, February, and then that way as new board members come on each year, or each election cycle, then it would just be, that would be your yearly training. So as we can get this set up by the second, well, you can do it at any time, but we'd have it set up for you to try to get completed by February.
Sounds good. That's what I was hoping for as well. I mean, it's really up to us whether, when we do the training.
That, you know, new board members come on in January, that would be the most beneficial. Then we don't, when we have new board members, they aren't waiting until July to have that training. I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, and they also, I mean, new board members go through new board member orientation, KSB, in November, December.
The what?
Yeah, it's with the convention in December.
Convention is, Mrs. Seeling's right, convention is the first weekend in December.
That might change.
I guess I'd just like to review again why we think the board members should be, under these policies. I'm not sure I'm clear on that.
Greg?
We don't really have children, you know, we don't have interaction with children other than more of the parent.
I think Greg Goheen still, is he here? Yeah, you want to grab him?
I think just, this policy's taken some good turns, I think, based on, from the first draft and now, I think there's been some good input and good changes. I think that, at least in my mind, the reason we have this policy is it clearly states that the board is held to exactly the same standard as administration and staff.
Yeah, but other industries, a volunteer position is not, under the same policies as staff. I mean, it's just.
Right, but we do have,
I'm not saying I've got a problem with any of the policies necessarily, I just think in general, it just doesn't, I don't really understand how it makes sense.
Mr. Anderson, Greg's here, you wanna ask your questions of
Certainly
him?
put stuff into our handbook or in, you know, that we're required to follow, but there's no, really, there's no, enforcement either. What would you do if a board member went rogue and violated a policy? I mean, what are you gonna do to them?
That's true.
Just asking.
There's really only two actions you could take. It'd be recall election or censure, if I have that right, Greg. I think those are really the two actions.
I assume we're talking about the
The
policy
question was,
being applicable
Nels
to
asked the question, why are we holding the board, why are we applying this? Why don't you go ahead and?
Yeah, I was just saying, why, it's a voluntary position, and we don't really have direct student interaction unless you're in a parent role, at a football game or something, or basketball, or coming to parent-teacher conferences, but, man, I don't know, most industries, volunteers aren't subject to the policies of the staff, so I'm just curious what the driver is.
I think the issue is, particularly as it relates to certain types of conduct or behavior, even if so say a board member engaged in bullying or harassing behavior against a student, for example. And again, your examples from a context standpoint you might think, well, there's not going to be a whole lot of interaction, but for whatever reason, say that there was interaction, or say you had a board member that was aware of policy violations by somebody and didn't report to DCF or something like that, and that later the student or the student's family filed a lawsuit or litigation against the school district, you got a little bit of a gap in your policy or procedure there, where even if you can't take action on it, the argument could be, well, the district was still on notice of the behavior, the conduct, so it becomes more of an issue of you want something in place where the district at least acknowledges that those individuals have the same obligations to report or to refrain from that kind of conduct as any other employee or volunteer of the district. You're just a little bit different spot. I don't think it's designed or intended to do anything more than close that gap and make it clear that the same, policies and procedures and prohibitions would apply to a volunteer board member just as they would to any other volunteer or employee of the district.
Greg.
So I think that's the thought process.
All right, Greg, would you say that if the district does not have these policies, then potentially some of the liability would shift over to the district for not enforcing that, basically that statewide mandate, as opposed to it being an individual liability for the board member who is not following district policy?
Yeah. I mean, I think the thought process is that if you have something, you want to make sure that in these sort of big ticket item areas that the board and the board members are also not that the board policies prohibiting those types of conduct apply to the board members too, so that you at least have the pronouncement by the governing body that those conducts or behaviors are prohibited. Whether or not you can enforce that or do anything to the individual is a secondary question. But again, you think about things like the non-discrimination policy, which is one of the ones I think that we've included in here, that if you had a board member that was, again, the context might never arise. I mean, we never have a situation, but say you did, where a board member was, say, racially harassing an employee or racially harassing a student in some fashion. You would want a pronouncement by the board as a whole that conduct is prohibited, even though you don't have a real mechanism to do anything to the board member other than a censure or something along those lines. Again, it's a mechanism more to say that just like your non-discrimination statement overall says the district's not going to discriminate against somebody based on race, religion, X, Y, Z. You want to make sure that all your employees are prohibited from doing those kinds of things. You want to make it clear that board members and other individuals are prohibited from doing that same type of conduct as well. I think under the policy relating to the bullying, and I could be wrong, but my recollection is that policy actually prohibits even parents from doing the bullying. And again, it's much like the board, you guys don't have a lot of ability to do anything about that other than, I suppose, ban them from the buildings. But that's the kind of thing that's there. So that's the idea behind it.
And that's something that the state's pushing, or do other districts do this? Or?
You know, I think some do. I think some don't. It's a gap in my view in terms of what the process looks like. As you indicated, I think you and I talked about this at one point. Some of them would replace it within their board handbooks, which is also a policy by virtue of the fact that the board adopts it. So that's another placeholder where you could put it. This was just a proposal as a location you could place it, but you certainly could see board handbooks that have examples that will say the same types of things that the board's going to not.
That was going to be my next question, was the difference between this and the board handbook.
Well, the only difference is this is in the board. Your board policies are contained in sort of this thing that is created by KASB as their model policies, and so it's got this sort of systemic way of looking at it. But I can't remember which policy it is, but there is one that essentially says that the board handbooks, whether they're the student handbook, whether they're an employee handbook of some sort, or whether it's the board handbook, that those also count as policies because they're adopted by the board in open session and they become policies in and of themselves. That board handbooks are usually a little more expansive, where most of your policies that show up in the section on board policies in the online or wherever tend to be more statements of, we won't do this, where you'll see some procedures that will float into the handbooks. So they're kind of a little bit of a meld between policies and procedures.
So maybe to Nell's point, though, if we aren't employees, but we are representatives of the district, but maybe the board handbook, and I think we're redoing that, we're going through that, we've kind of started that process. Maybe that's the more appropriate place to make sure that we include all of this, just to separate ourselves out from employees versus representatives.
They're both considered policies, right?
Yes.
That board handbook is considered a
policy. The board handbook is a policy, just like your other policies are considered. Took me a minute to see that Ms. Mitchell was on the screen. That threw me. I was looking at her there.
Yeah, I would just like to say I was kind of uncomfortable with this at the beginning, and I think we asked a lot of questions over a couple meetings about it. And Greg, I think you have done a good job of addressing my concerns anyway. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with adopting it.
I didn't hear her.
She said she's comfortable adopting it.
The policy.
Right.
Okay.
Whether it goes into the handbook or as a policy in, as BL, you'd support either way?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Other questions or discussion?
Sounds
Sounds like there's some discussion about whether this goes in the handbook or it becomes this policy. So that's really it doesn't sound like the content is in question at all. It's just where it gets located in this policy or in the handbook.
Is there a rush for this? I mean, do we need to do this right now, or can we talk about it with the handbook discussion?
I don't see a rush. It's just that we're following that, discussion item to action item. We can table it and move on. Trying to think of the advantage of doing that, I guess. They're all, both policies.
Right, we can just bring it back as an action item again and just say we're gonna adopt this, and then we can figure out where we wanna put it. It's just, to me, since we're elected officials, it would be, in my opinion, better to have it as, public as possible, in a place where they look for other things that apply to the board, such as policies, in all the section Bs. So, it's easier for them to find if they ever need to find it. I really don't think that, we should ever have a problem with this, but, it's, it should be available as easily to the public as possible.
So we either adopt it tonight or move it on, which, I guess it's either, we make a motion to approve or, and ask for a second, or we, table it, until our board meeting after our board retreat where we'll discuss the handbook.
So which one do you feel like is more publicly accessible? Jason, do you feel like the board handbook or looking up policy?
Looking at policy
would probably be more, that'd be my opinion, is the policy, list of policies on the board website.
If they go to the Board of Education menu option, the board policies are right there. Whereas I think
I'm good either way. They're both policies, so.
Yeah. I think the board handbook's not readily available on the website, but it is in board docs for people to see. Is that correct, Andy?
Repeat that?
I said I don't think the board handbook is visible on our website, but it is in board docs as one of our documents.
It is on board docs, but I would say the average person cannot find it.
Right.
Because I've redirected a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mr. President, this is an action item, and I think it's under the advice of the board attorney. And this is Eric, I move that we approve the policy as presented.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to approve policy BL as written. Any final discussion or questions? Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start with Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
approved 7-0.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion items number 2, the bond construction update. Dr. Burt?
Yeah, Tim Meek here is our Director of Construction and Safety, and so we'll turn it over to Tim.
We'll go through this fairly fast again for you guys, hopefully. You've got a lot of stuff still on your plate tonight, but I don't want to take that it's not important. Starting with bond 2016, there's been no changes as far as what you're going to see on that. I will tell you that that money has been spent as we have closed on the land here at 175th and Ridgeview, but it takes a while for accounting to catch up with that, and we want to close it out because we are closing out this bond issue totally. We want to make sure that all the accounting is perfect on it, and so we, from the time that check was written, and make sure when it comes back to the bank that it didn't change or anything like that, and Doug can get all of the numbers to us. We hopefully next month we'll have that, and we'll take the 2016 bond issue. We'll give you one final report on it, and then take it off of the list of what we do. So, 2018 bond issue, there's been no changes to the project budget summary at this point. Again, it will probably change next month as well as we get through the land purchase, and we'll be taking some items out of that. Educational Support Center, I'm glad to report that, it's complete. Everybody is in there except for Nutrition Services. Right now, their desire is to stay at the high school because of the remote lunches that they're having to do out of there. And so, JC and her, staff that'll be moving over are waiting until they're done doing these optional remote lunches, and then they will be, transitioned over to the new facility. You know, challenges and successes, the biggest success is everybody that can be there right now is in there. And, final safety report was 342 days, with no accidents. Dayton Creek Elementary School, scheduled for the fall of construction began fall of 2019. It's still scheduled for the 2021. Right now we're installing kitchen equipment. Carpet is being installed today. MEP and ceiling grid in various areas. Casework's going in, more of that showing up. The water lines around the building were flushed today, so we're actually going to be hooking up to the water lines here in the next week, hopefully. So a lot of moving pieces there. Want to recognize Daco Painting. Very good job on the painting so far. We've did a little pre-punch of what they've done just for quality assurance to make sure that they're up to speed, and they've done a phenomenal job. Lithco / Nate Apple Construction, they're a sub of Lithco. The site work is taking a little longer, partially because of manpower issues, partially because of weather. As it gets cold, it gets a little harder to pour concrete. Midwest Glass and Glazing, they have just had a lot of missing parts and pieces and had trouble getting some of that in, and so they're lagging a little behind. Nothing that's going to stop the building, but it's been a little bit of a struggle. So, safety report there, 264 days with no accidents, no lost time accidents. So, a couple new. I thank Kylie Delphia for getting us a couple of more overhead pictures there, so you can kind of see the overhead area of that building. Middle school number 3, and I apologize, this is a mistake on our part. It says scheduled to open fall of 2022. I wish I could make that happen. That is originally when it was scheduled to open, was the fall of 2022. Next month, I'll make sure we have that. As I was looking at that, that's not right. So it's approximately 22 months of construction. And you can see down at the bottom there that we're looking at approximately 222. It's probably going to actually slip to the next board meeting after that for the board to approve the site excavation bids, and then we'll be coming back a month and a half or 2 months later with the rest of the building bids. So, other construction projects. The District Administrative Center, scheduled opening spring of 2021. Some milestones, we're trying to complete just a little bit of trim that's left on the exterior metal panels and the storefronts. TCO, we're days away from actually being able to have a TCO on that building. That doesn't mean it's done. They'll give you a TCO without carpet and some other things in that building. And I'll get into that in a minute. Complete the flooring, and then the AV in the boardroom is still on order and coming in. Furniture will be arriving February. We plan to work on getting the furniture in there. Challenge successes, Barge Electric's been really good. Flooring installation's been a challenge. The company that we buy our flooring from, we have very good luck with. We love the flooring. They shipped us 5 of 7 rolls of the carpet that goes in the boardroom. We're a different carpet than what the label said, so it's kind of a surprise when you open up the rolls of carpet and you've got it. Luckily, they worked with us and they got that back in production, and it's actually being made this week. They'll have it to us hopefully next week, and we'll be installing at the end of next week. In Traeger Glass, it's a one-man operation, except for when he has the guy that helps him. But most of the time, he's a one-man deal, and it's just a manpower issue with COVID going on in his company as well. Feld seeding, landscaping, just not good timing to do a lot of landscaping right now, and they've fallen behind, and they actually had a sub come in and plant a bunch of trees and doing some other landscaping to get us up to speed. So you can look at the pictures there on your own. As you can see, it's getting pretty far along. The boardroom is, like I said, the carpet's really the main thing we're lacking in that area, and then to get the AV and furniture into that. One other new project I'm bringing to you this time is the Spring Hill Elementary School paving rehab. Been working with Mr. Delphia here, and as you can see, it's kind of it's the bus loop in the north part of the north parking lot there at Spring Hill Elementary School. If you've driven through there, it's an old parking lot that I think was paved maybe when we first opened Spring Hill Elementary Schools at that site, I guess. And haven't had a lot done to it other than we've filled a couple of little things in. And actually part of that was even there from the middle school time frame. So that playground area in the back's needing some resurfacing as well, and a couple of little minor things in what I call the west parking lot in front of the old soccer field, where people turn the corner and drive through the mud, or they can't seem to not drive through the mud, and a couple other places. So we're looking to fill in that in. Schedule to begin that in June 2021. We'll probably bring that back to you late February, the last meeting of February, or the first meeting in March as well for bids. So.
And Tim, we're thinking it's probably going to be around $600,000.
Actually, less than that.
I think it's going to be less.
Probably we're at 350 to 400,000 is where we're at. So, and that would be paid out of capital outlay. So, all right. Any other questions? Thank you.
A lot going on, and it's really encouraging to see those safety reports, as they're great accomplishments when you go that many days. E-rate bids.
Mr. President, is it possible to get a 5 or 10 minute break?
We're at recess, and for, what are we, until 9:30.
Thank you.
Minutes. What?
I can see how you'd be cold. I'm not freezing, but
I usually start to be freezing about
see you being
10
cold.
o'clock.
Next topic is the E-rate bids for fiscal year '24. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, we'll turn it over to Phil Elliott, let him tell you all about it. All right, so, the E-rate is divided into two components. One of them is, internal connections, and, then the other is the internet service itself. And so, it used to be telephone lines and lots of other things, but they've reduced it down to just being the internet. So we're talking about two particular components here. The internet service, we're bidding that. You may recall that we did approve this last year also, but the contract was not correctly written, and our E-rate company went ahead and processed it, and I didn't catch it either because I honestly didn't know. You have to not only bid the different speeds you want, but the contract has to be written so that it's upgradable within the contract in order for you to take the next speed. So last year we bid 1, 2, and 5, but we only needed 1, so that's what we got. When I got ready to upgrade this year to 2 or talk about it, they said that you were going to have to rebid it and then have the contract written. I had hoped to have the contracts by now, but the companies are struggling to get contracts because their legal don't want to put in 2 or 5, which is what we're asking for. So it's the federal rules versus what the company wants to do. I should have those for you before the next meeting. But that's what the internet, that's the reason we rebid it. We are going to stay with the same vendor. We did get a bid that was slightly less, but it's a company that's new to town. They're actually one of the ones that's putting fiber down Webster right now. Without going into too much detail, I'll be happy to answer any specific questions, but we did not have a good experience when we were trying to negotiate with them on a dark fiber project. They were, in short, asking for 50% more than I think the project was worth. And when I told them no, and they then wanted to negotiate again and again and again, and I said, guys, this is a long-term relationship, and if I can't trust you out of the gate, I can't trust you for every other decision that comes up. So that's the reason that we went ahead and are recommending the one that's just a couple $100 more a month, because it's a company that's got long-term service with us. The other project is the firewall, which we need to upgrade in order to deal with the increased bandwidth. And that would be a Category 2. We will get some of the things through Category 1, and not all of the components are federal E-rate refundable. And those are broke out in that. I'll be happy to go into those in details, but if you have any specific questions, I could take those. Again, I should have contracts for you to match these before the next meeting.
Real quick, what's a dark fiber project?
So we are working, trying to, and this will be coming to you in the coming months as well. Obviously, we got to connect Dayton Creek, and we have some dark fiber between Prairie Creek and Spring Hill Middle School.
Got it.
And we tried to come up with a way to maybe offset some of our installation costs to Dayton Creek by trading some dark fiber. And they wanted us to give them half of our network, and we paid to build half of theirs. And it just the math didn't work for me.
And then you said they were having trouble bidding a 2, what's it?
So
2 to 5?
Yeah, so
with the government or something? I didn't quite.
Yeah, so the federal E-rate rules are interpreted by every evaluator that looks at your submission, okay? The consultant we have has been bit before when you try to go from 1 gig to 2 gig or 5 gig, if the original contract didn't give you those in writing, even though you bid them, which means you've got a technical bid that you can refer to and you meet all the bid rules, they want the contract that's approved to have the stair-stepped increase already built into it. And so
the companies don't have that same experience because they got a different E-rate evaluator the last time that they submitted a contract. So there's just been some challenges to get the contract wording correctly, but we will have that resolved. The Time Warner or Spectrum Charter, I think, is what they submitted under this time. They have got the contract in the works, and they've got the language from another jurisdiction, and so they're working through it.
So this charter really is Time Warner?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yep.
good to know, because
Yep.
that's what I'm used to seeing on the,
Yep.
on the invoices.
Yep.
So are we gonna have to rebid the 1 and 2 and 5, or just go to the 2 and 5?
We're going to go to 2 next year because
Right.
we are right on the bubble right now. Big days, high utilization days. We're pushing that 1 gig pipe pretty hard. Most of the time, we're only about 40 or 50%. But we need that as we grow. We need that extra the
I
extra
just
gig.
didn't know if we had to reset the 1, 2, 5.
No, they're going to let us out of our previous 1 gig contract to go to their 2, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Does Kansas Fiber also have a different name?
No, that's it. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking.
And Kansas FiberNet, I think, is a good, they're owned by 18 independent telcos across the state of Kansas, and they are, I think they've got a lot of potential. I just had a very poor negotiating experience with them, and I don't have a lot of faith right now.
Any other questions for Phil?
If anything comes up before the next one, let me know.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Kansas Education Systems Accreditation, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, I'm going to turn this over to Brad Wilson.
Thank you. I wanted to give you an update on our accreditation process and our progress as well. As you guys probably already know, I tend to be brutally honest and probably for some people's taste overly transparent, but any question you may have, I'll be happy to answer, but I'm going to try to hit it at a fairly high level. First, we finished year 3 last year, so we should technically be in year 4 of a 5-year accreditation cycle, but the state allowed us to have what they called a pause year. It is a year, you're going to find out as we go through this, that we're working very, very hard, and I am 100% confident that we will be accredited, but I'm not sure without the pause year that I would have quite as much confidence. One thing you have in front of you, and Mrs. Mitchell and Mr. Boyle, I will be glad to send you this report. This is the year 3 end-of-year report that was finished last year. One of the things the state requires, and as I took over the KISA part, I realized you guys are supposed to be seeing these, and so you will see, also we'll have a report during the pause year that I will also give you, but at the end of year 4 and 5, you will also get a full report on what was submitted to both the outside visiting team as well as the KSDE report. So this is our report from last year that was submitted to KSDE. Not going over that. So for an overview, we're at overview. I need to, can I backwards ding? All right. I really want to have one of those sounds that when you turn the old projectors. This is a 5-year cycle, as I mentioned, and again, we are in the pause year of that, so we'll be doing it for a 6th year. We have a yearly visit by an outside visiting team, and that outside visiting team used to be the holy grail of what we wanted to take our information to. We followed a very strict process, and then had the outside visiting team come in at the end of every year to review what we were doing. At the end of the 5-year cycle, there is what's called an ARC, an Accreditation Review Council, that then reviews everything that the system did, which is what the school district is called, and the outside visiting team writes up. When this began, it used to be that the outside visiting team, 17-18, that the outside visiting team really, what they wrote had a lot of weight.
Just this last year, they've put out the 8 criteria that the ARC is reviewing, and I'll show you that below. But really, we found out that it is what the ARC does that really matters in this system. And so there have been some changes that we'll go over. The ARC reviews compliance, which is basically, are you doing what the law says you should do? Foundational structures, and we'll go over some of those later as well. 2 goal areas, and our goal areas, as you've seen in the past, are multi-tiered system of support. It used to be that we had these 5 R's. Well, rigor was the R that associated with that. And then for goal 2, we're doing social emotional learning, which is relationships. It's not a coincidence that those align exactly to your board goals. We really were hoping to get social emotional learning, but also what the MTSS does is it addresses the learning part of the goal that the board put forward. Procedures and policies for sustainability, a lot of that is what does your board do that supports the improvement work of the school district so that you have the policies in place, and then administrators implement the procedures as well to keep this going. Big one is results on state board goals, and we'll go over that as well a little bit later. And then the last 2 are stakeholder involvement in KISA and really following the process that is laid forth in KISA. I will tell you number 8 probably at one time was thought to be the most important one. It is not, and we're doing a good job of following it. The changes that have occurred recently in KISA is there's a significant increase on focus on data. That's not a bad thing. In fact, I would say all of the changes that have come down through KISA have been positive, and so they're looking at your results. They're looking at what you're doing and evaluating that, just not are you following the process. Following the process is fine. It kind of looks like a strategic planning process to some extent, but really they're saying if you're going to implement a process, you better get results at the end as well. So we have less reliance on that OVT, and we already talked about that that's going more to the ARC's review of what the system puts in. We're not doing the 5 R's, which you've probably heard of in the past, but we are looking at state board goals, and those state board goals are important. It's social emotional learning, and that is measured locally. It's kindergarten readiness, which is measured with a device called the ASQ. Individual plans of study for each student, which we do at the secondary level. High school graduation, and you guys have heard that although our Spring Hill High School has a graduation rate up in the 97 generally is where it is. As a district, we've been hurting in that area, but I'm going to give you good news on that in a minute. And then the post-secondary success, which is really that not just graduating, but what are you doing after you graduate? We know of a couple of very high-profile districts who have followed the procedure exactly as it was laid forth, and then were not fully accredited. One of those 2 systems appealed, and on appealed, what they basically did is they didn't have enough data. And so what they did is they appealed, they had the data, they just hadn't presented it to the ARC, represented it, and were accredited. Another one just really didn't realize they were going to need the data and didn't have the data available, and so they were still not fully accredited. And that was a local school district. And so it got everybody's attention in the state. I think Dr. Burke would testify that as superintendents saw that come down the pike, they were a little bit concerned. The pause year is going to help us tremendously. So ding the KISA progress that we're making. So this is what we've done in the past. We followed the process with fidelity. Our OVT visits are smooth as silk. They're wonderful. We've got a great outside visiting team, and they give us rave reviews on what we're doing. We're making progress on MTSS and social emotional learning, and you'll see some little bit more on that in a minute. We are fully compliant, and we have been fully compliant with laws and regulations, been super strong. And then we talked about the individual plans of progress, but also the strategic planning process, which sets those database goals that we've talked about, and we've talked about leading and lagging measures, and having multiple sources of evidence. Those things have started what I would call a data
based culture so that we're making data-informed decisions, and that's going to serve us very well as we move forward in KISA. Ding. The challenges that we're facing. There are areas where we're lacking the data necessary to be able to show the evidence of our progress. In the past, and I will say one of the weaknesses of schools, systems in general has been we do good stuff. We don't always measure the good stuff that we do so that we can show that evidence. So that is something that this process is changing, but was already part of our change as we went through the strategic plan. And we'll talk about the results here in a minute, but some of that data we're going to have to get quickly and show improvement in it. Foundational structures, we talked about being a big emphasis. Some of the ones that we are working on, probably what I would call catching up on, are diversity and equity. It's not that we are lacking in maybe the results of that, but we need to be actively addressing that. We need to be doing things to ensure that the diversity of the district and we have equitable practices throughout. And some of that is just documenting some of the things we already do. ROSE capacities, I'm not going to go into a long explanation of what those are, but those are from a court case, I believe in Tennessee, if I remember right, that outlined some of the things schools should be doing. In the finance court case in Kansas, they use some of those same terminology, and so we need to show evidence of making progress on those ROSE capacities. There are things like appreciation of the arts that we do very well. We just need to do a good job of documenting what we're doing to prove that to the ARC. Because what we've seen is if you just say you're doing it then and don't show any evidence of that, then it's not going to work for accreditation. So we need to do a good job of documenting that. Stakeholder engagement's the same thing. We've done lots of things, especially with the strategic plan where we brought parents in. We do great things with site council and that stuff. We just need to make sure the documentation is there for the ARC. And then MTSS. And MTSS is a system that we're putting into place. We are providing staffing and a structure so that every child that is below grade level, every child that is at the 31st percentile or lower on nationally normed screener are going to get special instruction and additional time for that instruction. I think it's, something that's important no matter what, but as we started talking about things like learning loss due to COVID, any child that is below grade level is going to get this extra. We're going to hire what we call interventionists that are specialists in reading and math and providing those intervention instructional services to those students that are behind. You may say, well, that sounds a lot like special education. It does sound a lot like special education, except for it is less individualized and more systematized to catch kids before they need those individualized special education services. What we don't want to do is wait until they need an IEP before we get them the results they need. And then down below there, the challenges that we're facing is high school graduation. We've talked about this. We've talked about Insight and how important Insight is to us. I do want to brag on Insight a little bit. In 2017, and we started talking to you shortly after that about our graduation rate having an issue. 2017, the graduation, four-year cohort graduation rate that was reported for Insight was 25.7%. Obviously, we wanted to do better. This most recent reporting that we had, 2020, 45.1% graduation rate. That is a huge increase. Some of the things that they've put in place, first of all, their staff needs to be commended. The leadership, Cassie, as well as her principals need to be commended. But some of the things that they've put into place, we're not done seeing the results of that. That should still continue to increase as some of the things that they've put into place allow kids that enter that school to be successful before they leave. Kindergarten readiness, we do everything that's, quote, required to provide and get a measure to parents to be able to implement and then give us the results back before kids get into kindergarten. The return on those assessments that the parents are asked to do is not great. And so we need to increase our community engagement to see what we can do about getting more parents involved in that. And then we need to figure out how to engage childcare facilities, those times, to see how do we engage the kids that we know before they've ever walked in our doors, though, they're going to come to our schools and get this assessment. So we can be better prepared to make sure that when they get here, if they're not kindergarten ready, that we have those kinds of interventions in place. I will tell you that our Early Childhood Center, Early Learning Academy, does a phenomenal job. We know that when we have kids that they find, but they're on an IEP as well a lot of times, when they get kids that are either at risk or on IEPs, they do a phenomenal job of making them kindergarten ready. Social emotional factors measured locally. Right now, we do not have a local measure, but that's one of the things that we are adopting. And it goes really hand in hand with the MTSS process. But similar to MAP is a screener for academics, we will have a screener for social emotional learning. And then we'll be able to track the activities we do for social emotional learning to provide evidence that they're working. So now moving forward with year 4 and 5. Talked about the pause year. We're developing really a data-based culture so that we have the measures that we need to show our evidence. We're engaging stakeholders, hopefully in a more meaningful way, to where they're really, and tonight was a good start with getting some feedback, but we really need to get feedback around improving our programs to improve the educational attainment of our kids. That can mean real-world learning opportunities for kids that we've talked about in the strategic plan and we're partnering with Kaufman for, but really engaging our community to help us improve. Talked about MTSS, that structure, and making sure we have the people that are there to provide those services for kids. So we'll talk about that more. And again, I've hit on the kindergarten readiness, social emotional factors, and then we've talked about the improvement already that Insight is making. So trying to keep it fairly high level, but that gives you a pretty good understanding of where we're at in the accreditation process. And again, I just want to emphasize that I have 100% confidence that when that 5-year cycle is done, we'll be fully accredited, but it won't be without a lot of work because the things that the KSD put into place are great things, but we were not ready to meet that challenge. And we've been ramping up and making sure that we are ready to meet it before this process is finished. And we not only want to say that we did the work, we want to say that we got results from the work as well. If you have questions.
Where's our, just a little bit in the weeds, where's our work with Forecast 5 Analytics? So I saw that they were recently purchased.
Yep.
So I just want to make sure that it's still staying.
We're still working, and Phil would be happy to give you all kinds of great information where we are, but that is going to be an essential tool. So what Forecast 5 is, for those of you that don't know, or 5 Lab, it is basically a data warehousing and a data analysis tool. And what it'll allow us to do is, as we collect this data, and we have lots of other data that now is going to be in an actionable form that allows us to create reports and be able to compare things that we need to compare, and then prove the evidence that we need to have, but probably more importantly, show the places that we need to shore up as well. And so Forecast 5 is going to be a critical tool. The user interface on it is phenomenal and will allow us to analyze and use data effectively. And again, what Phil has done with that is, again, supporting that data culture that we want to build in our district. We want to be about results and about making sure that we have solid evidence for moving our kids forward in their learning and on our board strategic plan and goals. We don't want to guess. We don't want to say we're doing great things and not know 100%. We've done great things in this district, but it's time for us to have the concrete, quantifiable evidence of that.
Any other questions? It's like a lot of work.
It is, and we will continue to update you as we continue to do more work.
Right.
But I appreciate your guys' support, and more than anything, I appreciate the strategic plan that is going to carry the rest of this process, so that we're not having to do KISA and a strategic plan. You built the strategic plan with data in mind, and it's going to meet the requirements of the state.
Very good. Okay, moving on to the next discussion item is the review of the safety handbook. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, we put together a safety handbook for the district. I think that was the first time that we actually had it. And Tim went in and did some modifications. One of the things that we may do, and I hadn't had a chance to talk to Tim, but we may just start, instead of saying 2021 on the front of it, we may just say updated it 2021, and then it'll be an ongoing living document is kind of the idea that when we created it, so.
Yeah, the reason we put 21, 22 on it on this one is just because some people have this great habit of printing everything off they have. And I like for them when they look at it to say that, but in this next year, all of this is going to be put in the same place basically as our bloodborne pathogen, and some of that stuff is, and it'll be a little bit easier to access online for them. Plus, there'll be a checkbox basically that they're going to have to mark, just like we do for any of the training for bloodborne pathogens, stuff like that, that says, hey, I've taken this document, I've read over it, and all that. So next year, when everybody comes back to school, they're going to have to go through this as well and say, okay, I reviewed the safety guideline and procedure manual. So at that point, I think it'd be very prudent to take that 21, 22 off, because they're going to have really one good source to go to it. Probably not as likely to print it and all that. I just hate to have something out there that people don't know what one they're looking at. So that's really kind of why we're changing the year on it every time. But I think Dr. Burke's suggestion and all to take that off is probably a good one.
Well, you still want just like a revision box.
Yeah, and it
right?
says down in, like on this draft, you'll see down in the corner now, we've also started putting revised 1/6/2021.
Right.
So it'll have that on there too, and we'll keep that updated so it's quick and easy for them to look at that. So yeah, so it won't be that this is this year's. This is just the ongoing living document. So page 4 is the first change, and it's a pretty minor one, but we've updated some our organizational chart a little bit to reflect better what's going on today in the district going on. And anytime you have a question over something or you want me to stop, and I've skipped too many pages for you, but right now I'm just going to try to highlight the changes. Page 6, we've added along with the other narcotics, intoxicants, tobacco products, we've added or vaping devices as well. So we've added that in there too to kind of bring it up with where we're at policy-wise. Page 7, there at the top part of it, it's kind of a clerical change. It used to be the Buildings and Grounds Department, but now it's the Facilities Department. So, and then the bottom of page 7, we went ahead and included face coverings in there because that's kind of a new thing, and who knows how long they're going to stay. If they go away completely, which I don't think they are, for full time, they may go away, but they're going to be around for a while, I think, in other ways. So we went ahead and put that as one of the parts of our PPE that we have. Bottom of page 8, we also added and face covering protection in there as well, and that's a pretty wide thing because it can be more than just the mask. It can be a shield, or it can be a lot of other things too that can go in there. Page 9, probably that's the biggest area we've got with the opening of the Educational Support Center. You know, again, we added face covering in the first part of the safety training there, but we've also added some other things, dealing primarily with the function there. We have a forklift there and all that, and through forklift, you can't just have a training, you also have to be certified to operate the forklift. So we put in there that the person's running that have to be certified on the forklift, powered pallet jacks, and just basically any material handling equipment that they might use. So, and then we've also put in there that with some other stuff in the shop area too, we've got a lift for cars and a tire machine and some other things. So we want to make sure that Tim Meek doesn't go in there on the weekend and decide that he's going to use that and doesn't know anything about it, or the tire goes flat on the truck that he's going to take out, so he goes in there and tries to do it himself because he saw somebody at a shop do it one day and thinks he can do it. So we want to make sure that they know that they have to be trained before they can just walk up and use any of this general shop equipment. So, and then the page 10, the last one's just another adding of face covering protection under PPE stuff. So those are the quick highlights and all that we've of the changes we've made to bring it a little bit more up to date as far as we're concerned. So
Very good. Any questions? It's just updated for new processes and new equipment.
Yeah.
I was just curious how if the folks are taking the work-related task pre-hazard analysis, is that happening?
You'd like to think so. Being around the construction business, that's such an important part of what you do, and I know Kylie talks with his people a lot about it. Pause, take that moment just to think about what you're doing and what's involved and what you can, trouble you can get to. We don't have a form that they have to check it off that they've done it. So to say they are, I can't say, but I would hope that just a culture of reminder to our people that it's, think about it before you it doesn't take but just a few seconds most of the time to do that.
I just know that one accident we had that could have been really, really serious might have been solved with that, if that had been done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Moving on to our next agenda item, which is gating criteria. Dr. Burke?
Yeah, I was going to have Brad give you an update on where we are with our numbers and open it up for discussion.
Slide's not very happy there. Our latest scoring matrix for the gating criteria had us at 46. Both Dr. Burke and I were, as the patron said, we were on our way pretty steadily going down since basically Thanksgiving, and we hit 41. Our expectation and hope was that the next one would have us kids back in school, and probably just like the Johnson County Department of Health told us would happen, it started going back up, and it looks like it's still on its way up. I tend to watch the numbers daily, even though we only report Wednesday. Questions?
What are all the surrounding districts doing? That'd be my question. Are we the only one in full remote?
No, I don't know all of it. In fact, Dr. Burke probably knows better than I do as he communicates with those superintendents more often. I did get a report that the Gardner Board of Education tonight kept them in remote, but I do know that there are some school districts that are either looking to transition to hybrid, or I think some of them even to full on-site. Dr. Burke, is that correct?
Yeah, I can give you that.
Thank you.
Basically, what I did is I took all the league schools and all the Johnson County schools. The league schools are Well, let me just tell you what I have. I have Baldwin, Blue Valley, Bonner, DeSoto, Eudora, Gardner, Lewisburg, Olathe, Ottawa, Piper, Paola, Shawnee Mission, and Tongi. I added Turner because Turner is probably the closest in size of all the districts. Elementary in person, the only ones that don't have elementary in person that are hybrid right now is Bonner Springs, Eudora, Piper, and Turner. Everybody else has their elementary in person. Right now, secondary in person, you have Lewisburg, Ottawa, Paola, and Tongi, and that's fully in person. Hybrid right now, you have Baldwin, Bonner Springs, Eudora, Olathe, and Turner. Starting on January 19th, Blue Valley will be hybrid, secondary. DeSoto will be January 20th. Piper will be January 25th. And Shawnee Mission will be January 26th. So currently, fully in remote is Blue Valley, DeSoto. Gardner just voted to stay in, and Piper and Shawnee Mission, with all those but Gardner having a going to hybrid date coming up.
How many are in our high school this year?
Say that
Do
again.
you know our approximate enrollment for the high
I'm
school?
gonna give you a rough of 800.
800, that's what I
800
thought.
roughly.
That's what I thought it was. So interestingly, I'm glad that you brought those numbers, thank you. But just, I was trying to just look at some comparisons, and even including the private schools in our area. And so St. James Academy has 907 enrolled. St. Thomas Aquinas, 1,994. That's way bigger than I thought they were.
1,900
Paola,
now?
huh?
1,900 they have?
Yeah. Lewisburg, 539, Paola, 643. So other than St. Thomas Aquinas, we're kind of in line with those, but so St. Thomas Aquinas, St. James Academy, Paola, Lewisburg, they're all in person and have been since the beginning of school this year without incident, or major incident. I thought that was very interesting as well. Just because I know that people are looking, I mean, one of the things that I think, I've been thinking about something that someone said to me this past week, that when we were talking about educational delays and how everybody is kind of in the same place across the nation, meaning everybody is going through COVID. But that is true. We are all going through COVID. But what isn't true is that all the students are in the same place. Because the more privileged students have parents that can afford private school, or quit their jobs and homeschool, or hire a private tutor. So everybody isn't experiencing COVID the exact same way. So it's like the gap between the privileged and the non-privileged just keeps getting blown wider and wider and wider, and with every day that passes with COVID. And it feels like a whole group of students that have just have to feel like they've been forgotten about. Now, have they been? No, I mean, we're all thinking about them all the time, of course. But we hear from parents constantly that that's what they're hearing. I have a hard time with us comparing to Olathe, Blue Valley, Shawnee Mission when they have roughly 30,000 students and we have 3,300. Like that's not apples to apples, right? It's a better comparison to look at Paola and Lewisburg and St. James Academy, or, the numbers that are around the same as ours instead of 30,000. I mean, that is just a ton. And some other notes that I just made, and just the spirit of this is the only time we get to talk, is in 43 weeks, we've been in school for 6 in secondary. I mean, in the last 43 weeks, we've been in school for 6. And of course, summer's in there, and then fourth quarter, we all sat out. But that number was kind of staggering to me. And it seems to me that no one is forcing the kids into the building, obviously, but we're forcing kids out of the building. And every day, we're waking up to a choice. A parent has a choice every day. If they can afford private, then they're choosing that. They have a choice all the time. And there's new data and research that's out, and I think that it's important that we pay attention to it. This past week, Dr. Stites from KU Med, the CMO at KU Med, said transmission is not happening in schools. when schools take appropriate measures. That same day, the infectious disease director from Children's Mercy said they did not see an increase in COVID infection because of attending schools or child care centers. The data helps us to understand that transmission is not happening in schools. What she's talking about is the CDC, and one of the parents alluded to this. The CDC put out a report that said, get this kids back in school immediately. And it was in an MMWR. If you're a science person, you're familiar with that. And that said that transmission, there was all kinds of data that saying transmission is not happening in schools. One of the other things I wrote down that one of the parents said was that they don't have unlimited time. They have 4 years, not a 40-year career. They have 4 years in high school. So I thought other just notes that I took today in general. The practitioners and doctors that we heard from today and that are out there are actually saying they've seen a giant increase in COVID in students because they're not in school. And that's what the CDC said, that we're having more infection in students because they're not in a controlled environment. So our numbers are rising, and they're actually blaming the closing of schools for numbers rising in that age group. So I think that is eye-opening to me. Parents are writing to all of us about their kids failing in grades, and I have to say that I don't mean to sound dramatic about this, but the kids might be failing when it comes to looking at their grades, D's and F's, but they're not failing. They cannot feel like they're failing. We're failing them. They are not failing, and I don't want them to feel like that any longer, or the parents feel like they're failing as parents. So, I mean, I can't even believe some of the stories that are so heartbreaking for Debbie Dominic to stand up and share that about her son. It's pretty devastating. I know that in our offices, we're now doing depression screens on kids that are 10 years old on every visit because we're worried about that. And it all contributes to, I loved how some of them talked about having another adult in their life other than their parents that they can trust. They need other adult interaction as well. So I don't regret anything we've done or any decision that we've made. I think we've had 10 months. We're learning to live and adapt to this virus. We need to continue to do that. I think that it was appropriate that we created the gating criteria. I think that one unintended consequence has been the potential inconsistency of it. We never imagined to jump that high. I mean, and honestly, when we got to 41, it maybe is a good thing that we weren't at 40 because we would have been back in school, we would have jumped back up to 46, we would have gone back to, I mean, we're going back and forth and back and forth. It's too much. The inconsistency in the back and forth is too much. So I guess my question is, a lot of people think we're swayed by parents. And I mean, we should be listening to parents. Hearing the stories like that are absolutely heart-wrenching and devastating. But even if we're not going to listen to them, when do we start listening to the CDC, to Children's Mercy, to the latest data, to the latest research? When do we look at that and say, it's time? Now it's time. We used the gating criteria when we needed it, but it's time for it to be gone and to go back to school. Second semester starts a week from, or on the 19th, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. A parent said we have a chance to kind of salvage the year. I think it's time to let the parents make a choice. If they don't want their kids in the building, then they're not going to have them in the building. And then the last thing I'll say for now, this struck me tonight as I sit here. We're sitting here with these in front of us every single meeting, and it says, as members of the Spring Hill Board of Education, we will promote the best interests of the school district as a whole and make decisions that prioritize student learning and student success. When do we follow this to? How much longer do we let this go on? Especially when you have the CDC and all of the people saying, get the kids back in school right now.
Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing, I mean, we're hearing just a lot of stories about kids are struggling, and I mean, at a minimum, almost everybody around us is at least in hybrid. I mean, we kind of got pushback on wanting to do that because it was a lot of extra work, but then this stay at home, as it sounds like it's a huge amount of extra work as well. So, I mean, I don't want the kids back in school as well, and I think we ought at least be in hybrid.
We need to look at what options we've got. Hybrid's definitely one of them. In the beginning, it sounded like it wasn't a good thing.
I don't know.
If it's the only thing, then maybe we need to look at it. I mean, I look at the Johnson County data, or, dashboard every day. There's been, from 0 to 19 years old, since they started monitoring in March, there's been 0 deaths. There's been 2 ICUs and 22 trips to the hospital, to the ER. Well, it's almost a year. That was a surprise to me. From everything I see in the news and the paper, I'd have thought it'd been 100 of everything. But it's not near what we're hearing. I'd like to see the administration work with our staff and figure out how we can get back in the building. We can work together to come up with something they're comfortable with. Let's do it. I'd also like to, I think it's the February 8th meeting, I'd like to have the gating criteria under an action item so we can review it, look at it. If we decide to do nothing, that's fine. If we decide to make a change, it's in there as an action item and everybody knows.
Would it be possible, or how, I'm just throwing this out there as a suggestion to you too? Well, 2 things. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Burke and Mr. Wilson, the reason that we didn't do hybrid was because the teachers were in the survey, very direct about saying that it was too much work, and that then they're only getting 2 days of face-to-face education, meaning that the 2 days they're home, they're completely on their own. Where at least in remote, this is what I understood from the teachers, at least in remote, it was every day that they had face-to-face. In hybrid, it's just 2 days out of 7 that they have any kind of face-to-face. But then I agree with you, it needs to be an action item. I don't know that it waits until February. This is a big topic, and I know what you're saying, that at least it's an action item. We gave people time, we saw, but I would be in favor of a special meeting, something sooner. Second semester starts in just a week and a half or so.
I'm not sure we could do that to our teachers, having it that quickly.
We have a board meeting before the one in
Right,
February.
we do.
It got moved to evening. It's January 25th. Yes.
In my opinion, doing what we're doing, it's not working, and we need to do something different.
It's
What the
evolving the
right
whole way.
answer is, but.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that, if we can get some new data, we should be looking at new data. I mean, new research into the virus. I mean, I think it was in October, November, they said you have to be within 6 feet for 15 minutes to actually spread or contract. Well, what have we learned since then? Have we gotten new data since then that we could take action on to help our students? I think it just has to be data-driven to make sure that our students are educated safely. I have no problem looking at data, looking at KU Med, Children's Mercy, CDC. If they're saying that, see, the problem that I have, and the data shows that school transmission is not happening. The problem that I have is the community transmission that is happening, that gets transmitted to our kids, and then those kids bring it into the building. And we have no control over the community. And so this was our mitigation effort to say, if community transmission is low, let's get them in. If it's high, maybe we should keep them out so they don't transmit it between students. If we're seeing that even when transmission is high in the community, our students are still not getting COVID, we need the data on that, then I think that that's something that we can work with. But we have to have the data. I think there's just no way around it, and I don't think it's fair to the teachers to do anything now, do anything within the next week, because they've asked us for consistency. They trust that we will be consistent. But I think that in that discussion, we also said that we have to review this constantly, and that we want to take their opinions into account, but we also need to make sure that our students are educated safely. So I think that we have to have those discussions.
We can't hear you up here. So, so I think one thing that was important, that when you're talking about the data that came out, I thought an interesting perspective by one of the Children's Mercy doctors this past week was that community transmission did not go down while schools have been closed. So what we're doing in school is not affecting one way or the other what the community transmission is doing.
And I mean, that's something that happened in the last week. That's something that we need to talk about. I mean, whenever we came up with this, we didn't have that data, which, you know.
It should be an expectation. I understand consistency. I understand the need for that, the want for that, but it should be an expectation with the new virus that we're looking at all of the most current data, the most current research all the time. We should be saying that loud and clear, that that is an expectation that we'll be constantly looking to reevaluate.
I think our secondary students have proved, when the short time they were in the buildings, they did well with it. And I think at this point, I think they'd do anything you asked them to do just to be in there, so they could be back in the building.
Agreed.
As I agree, I think everything that's been said here about bringing data and all of that is perfectly accurate. I would ask that whatever data we bring the actual data. I don't want to hear anecdotes about COVID is increasing because schools are closed. Show me data on that. Show me a study, an actual study that shows that.
Will do.
I have looked at a lot of different research articles and things that show it is safe to put kids back in school with proper mitigation. But all of those have caveats if you read through the actual studies. And usually the first caveat they list is that it's safe to do so when community spread is low. And most of them cite community spread being low in the numbers of below 350 per 100,000. Now we're at 732. We're not at 350 or 400 or 500. Our community spread is rampant. And when you say, well, we can't compare to Olathe because they have 33,000 kids to our 3,300, well, those 33,000 aren't in one building, right? I mean, their student to teacher populations are not that different from us, and they are all in the same county, in the same general geographic area, sharing the same spread that we are. So look, again, I say at every meeting, I'm not opposed to getting kids in school. I want the kids in school. I want everyone in this district to be successful. I wouldn't be here if I didn't care about that. But we always talk, or we always hear, students don't die from this. The risk is very low, but no one ever talks about how the students are transmitting that to the teachers. Now, again, people are going to say, well, you can't show data that says that it is spreading to the teachers. Well, I can find you things that say that it likely is when community spread is high. And there are studies, a recent one, in fact, I think one that just came out in the last day or two, that talks about that very thing in the United States. So, and again, I'm just discussing here, but if we're going to say we're going to do this based on data, it needs to not be anecdotal data, and we need to also pay attention to the teachers who are going to be placed in this situation. It's not like we're providing them with N95 masks. It's not like they're getting vaccinated today. So until one of those two things happens, we need to make sure that they're not stuck in an enclosed space with a bunch of kids that potentially are carrying COVID. So I think we need to broaden that data to look at more than just the anecdotal stuff that we keep hearing.
So I can appreciate that, Eric. I just sent Candy the MMWR to send out to the whole board and post publicly so that you can all read that for yourself. I just sent that to her right now. Also, I think we do have data with adults transmission. I think we absolutely would need to worry about the adults in the building, just like we worry about the adults in our hospitals. We don't wear N95s when we're seeing positive patients. We wear these surgical masks every day, all day long, and in the hospital. And if we want real life data about adults transmitting, we're with the sick people, not with the mostly healthy young. And we are not seeing widespread in our hospitals because we're using a regular surgical mask.
Yeah, I do know, even at Cerner, they said that, no more, you can't bring a cloth mask to work if you go into the building. You have to wear a 3-layer surgical mask. And they said that that works better than anything else out there. So, not that I'm gonna say students have to go buy that or parents have to go buy it for students. I'm just saying that it is the best option. It's what, businesses around the community have gone to. And then, you know, I'm just for trying to do this as level-headed as we can. And, you know, I know that we want to do this as quickly as possible, but we have to do this as thoughtfully as possible. And if we can get the data, if the data shows, if we get it and it shows that students and teachers and staff are okay being in the school building, then I think we can proceed forward. But if we have an issue with teachers and staff and are you know, at risk at an abnormally high risk, then we have to look at that. And with students separately.
I think we're getting the cart before the horse here a little bit. We had a teacher-staff roundtable, but I haven't seen any data come from that yet, or any comments at all, so that would be really helpful.
Yeah, and I think we just had we had it last Wednesday, the second one.
Right.
So we're gonna continue to have them. We can do a report on, I'm sure. Doug or I or Ally or even our moderator, Michelle, could possibly do that. It's an ongoing process to build trust, and also with the parents. We had a meeting tonight with the parents as well, from 5 to 6:50. So, yeah, it's just ongoing discussions and ways we can build trust. But I think that while we need to continue those conversations, this one's not separate, but it is a little bit. We have to take into account all of what we're gathering, but also the data.
And I do agree with what Eric is saying. I don't think that we should share things that are not CDC or Children's Mercy. We can't be showing clips from random news, Today Show or whatever. It needs to be real data.
Yeah, well, I mean, the experts.
Well, one of the things from
the experts that,
Yes.
you know, Johnson County, I mean, we have experts in our county, and we have experts nationwide. So,
right.
That's where it kind of needs to come down to. We had experts tell us that the right way to go was try to mitigate as much as possible and even keep kids out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe we have experts come in and say, you know what, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to ask.
Sure.
And we do have some data. We have the data that says in the last 98 days since we've been tracking as a district, we've had 219 cases in our district. That's an average of 16 per week. That's 52 of those were staff. And the myth about the elementary students, we've had 86 in elementary schools. So that's data, that's real, and that's as local as it gets. That's our district.
So I believe, Dr. Burke, tell me if this is correct or not, those numbers are presumed positive as well as positive. So it is not tested positive. It is presumed positive as well. So anybody that has any kind of symptoms, or that whether it's a diarrhea, vomiting, a sniffle, any of that are concluded in those numbers.
And just off of the Johnson County site, I mean, even anyone under 60 has got a 99.9% recovery rate. I mean, it's the flu, people. I mean,
So,
It's not like people are just, so we got a 90% recovery rate, then we'd all be worried.
I think, Mr. Wilson will agree, we'll get you whatever you want, but let's be honest. Can we have an honest conversation for a minute? We came up with this criteria, and people across the state looked at us and said, you created something here that would make sure that kids got in school.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of pseudoscience in there. So we created what the board asked us to do, and these numbers are still not at the point where we want our kids in school. I'm going to say the same thing I said months ago. If the goal is to get the kids in no matter what, then quit messing around with this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be honest. Because what I heard today from some parents and what I'm hearing from some board members is let's just get them in. If that's what we're going to do, then let's just do that. Because please let me finish. So all I know is this inconsistency, because this guy put an incredible amount of time to go create this thing. And so now you're saying, go get this data. Well, I'm not sure what data you're talking about, because there's not going to be a number to it. Or we're going to create a number like we did last time. I mean, we can say the CDC says kids should be in. Well, what number is that? See what I'm saying? So if the idea is that they're going to be in no matter what, make that determination as a board. We'll work with our staff and figure out a way that we can try to do it as safely as possible. There's going to be some staff that don't want to do that. But we're going to have to quit doing this back and forth dance, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So either follow this or get rid of it. But I don't know that we can come up with something else, because that will be the third one that we came up with. And then when the numbers don't show, we're going to have people in the community that are upset because the kids aren't in. So if the whole idea is just to get them in no matter what, let's just throw this on the table and say, we're going to get them in no matter what. Because when we say, that's what Paola did, that's what Lewisburg did, they put the kids in no matter what.
And that's what, and everybody in Johnson County is doing that as well. I mean.
So
Not like that. They're in hybrid, and Gardner's not in at all.
But hybrid, they're at least, almost all of them are at least hybrid.
And we can go to hybrid, but when you talk about data, you're going to have to tell us what you want. Because right now, we're frustrated too. Because we have people that look up to us and say, why are you going all over the place? Well, that is really doing more damage than it is helping. So I'm going to say what I said to begin with. We'll give you whatever you want. You just tell us what you want. But if your goal underneath it is just to having kids no matter what, then just say that. Let's do that. And then we'll work with our teachers and our staff to try to figure out a way to do it safely. I probably spoke more than I should, but this whole thing, I can tell you that you talk about people aren't sleeping at night. I don't know that I've slept all night since March. I don't know that he slept all night. I know that we principals and all that, we've got teachers and people that are looking to us for leadership, and we keep changing it. So if the goal is to put them in no matter what, then let's do that. Set a date. Let's move forward with that, and we'll work with our staff. And I know there's a ton of staff outside right now are so mad at me for saying this, but let's just have an honest conversation. Because all these other things about the data and all that, that's only going to be good until we don't have the data we want anymore. And then when we don't have the data and we want anymore, we're going to want to change it again. And then that's where that inconsistency and that lack of trust is coming from. So I'll shut up now.
The reason we came up with this is because everybody said we had to have one, though. I mean, that's the only reason.
Nobody said that.
Oh, yeah.
I said months ago.
Pretty loud and clear.
I said months ago, Nels, we don't have to have a gating criteria.
I know.
So I think we did need a gating criteria. And so I agree and disagree with what you're saying. The inconsistency has proven to be heart-wrenching, and sleep, like nobody's sleeping. We're all watching these numbers every Wednesday. I mean, it is painful. But I'm coming from, like, in my professional life, we look at things and we change things as this virus has come up. Every day we have different protocols, we go through different workflows, and how are we going to adapt to what we know now that we didn't know last week or the week before or the week before that. So that part feels normal to me because that's what I do in my daily life in healthcare. But so we needed a gating criteria at the time because we needed some sort of guide to go by in the moment. But now, I don't think it's looking for data just to change our mind, to manipulate the numbers. I think it's looking at the latest research, because this is a new virus and now we have 10 months in. And so now we can see, we have had kids back in school and we haven't. So we're seeing what the numbers have done in each case. But the goal is always, I think everybody's goal is first kids to be in school, right? Eventually, and safely. But I don't know that I would have felt comfortable back then just being all the way in. I would have been a little apprehensive about it. But now that we've seen both sides to it, I don't regret that the gating criteria was in place. I appreciate Mr. Wilson and all of the work that you put into it. I mean, it wasn't for nothing, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It really served its purpose. But now we look at what we've said all along, that we'll listen, I think in our reopening plan, we'll listen to the CDC. Doesn't it say that at the beginning of that? We'll listen to the CDC and the local healthcare professionals, all of that. And so that's all I'm asking, is that we listen to the latest data, the latest research. And that way get the kids back in school safely.
I'm not
Heard
disagreeing.
from a group of parents tonight that were very frustrated with the remote, and I get that. And I don't disagree with anything that was said, but I just want to remind you, we had a massive number of teachers here 1 meeting ago in support of this gating criteria, begging us, imploring us not to change it. Certainly not to get rid of it.
Are there other,
I'd just
I'm
say-
under the impression there's some districts that have not had a gating criteria, and when I think what happened was they lost enough staff due to quarantines and sickness, they would just close down for a time. I know Abilene's closed a couple times, then a couple weeks, and then they opened back up again.
Because of staffing issues?
Yes, yes.
And we were
go ahead.
close.
Yeah,
We
we
were
were.
close with one elementary this year.
Right.
Hopefully the new quarantine guidelines will help the staffing issue. Instead of 14 days to 7, that might help some. I hope so.
I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know that the data that you're talking about has a number to it.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
That's how we have to, at some point, you have to have a cutoff. Because nobody's gonna come in and say, you can bring the kids in 100% or not 100%. They're gonna say, we feel safe or we don't feel safe, but no one's gonna just come in and give you a full comment. So all I'm saying is, if we're gonna create another gating criteria, you're gonna have to give us more details about what you're asking for. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
And just to be clear, I'm not asking for, just so I'm being really clear, I'm not asking for a new gating criteria. I'm just asking that we look at the latest research and we put the kids back in school based on that.
I am looking at the CDC website, and the same table that we have in our gating criteria is the same table that they have, just not the points. They're telling us to open schools safely and quickly as possible, but here, use this table of indicators to get there. And it's the same one we have been using, so we are following CDC guidelines. It's not ideal, but, you know, we're trying to, meet the needs of students, families, teachers, school staff as best we can, based on CDC guidelines.
So the MMWR that I sent out is a CDC document. It's from the CDC.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I think we at least bring this back for another discussion, or is there appetite to bring it back for yet another discussion?
We need some direction.
I think it should be to an action item. Is Sharon trying to say something? Every time we hear that noise, she's.
I did want to say a couple of things. I think some things are different than they were in November even. One, and we've kind of touched on this, but one is the quarantining period, which was, I think, a huge thing why we had the staff issues that we did, or at least some of them. The other thing is our transmission rate is really high right now. So I don't think anybody thought that it would get this high or thought that it would really get this high. So I especially feel for middle school parents and especially 6th grade kids that are 11, 12 years old and home by themselves every day.
Mm-hmm.
that my heart goes out to those people as well as everybody else that's struggling, but those people in particular. So I feel like we have to continue to look at this and be reactive to what our student needs are. But I'm also not in this huge hurry to change something up right now when the disease transmission has been as high as it's ever been, pretty much. I do think that if, you know, we've all been watching the numbers, but after this Christmas gathering, New Year's Eve gathering time expires a little bit down the road, that they're probably going to go back down. I would almost bet on it, but I'm not a healthcare professional. I'm not an educator. So I guess I'm kind of looking for just some consensus from the people that are doing the job. What do you think you can do? And what do you think's best? I feel like we're in the position where most of us are not healthcare people and most of us are not educators. A couple on each side are. But so we're being forced to evaluate all this stuff and make this decision on something that's not our forte. So I know you guys need direction from us, but I mean, I don't want to be critical of anybody or anything, but I respect the educators so much, and I respect the administration's position, but I feel like we need some guidance from what you guys as a team want to do and can do to do the best for the students.
I just to make sure I understand, Sharon, I think you're asking for, like, Mr. Wilson, Dr. Burke to say what is possible, right? Like, what can we do if we were to go back to school? What does that look like?
Because obviously there's people that have more vulnerabilities than others, and I mean, you got to do something to accommodate some folks. I mean, I don't know. Without a hybrid, I think you guys are, if we keep following this, you might as well just assume we're going to be out all year. I can tell you that right now.
So
It's
just
the way it's going.
a parent perspective on hybrid, that means that my kids are only with teachers 2 days a week. And my middle schooler will be 3 days a week without anybody. At least right now, he has to log in every couple hours and see something every single day, 5 days a week. If we go hybrid, it's just 2.
I guess I thought hybrid was online 2 days and then school 2 days.
No, they're
2 days in school and that's it?
3 days on your own with assignments or whatever.
3 days at remote.
It's kind of like the spring now, where they have assignments and are required to do them, but the teachers are actually in class with the in-class students, teaching them so they're not able to also be face-to-face with them online.
I didn't understand that.
That would allow them to get their labs and things done on the secondary.
Is that something you could think about doing, is the teachers that were, you know, they either don't feel comfortable or they're scared or whatever, they could teach remote for the days the kids weren't in school, you know, I don't know, I'm just trying to think out of the box a little bit, try to figure something.
We need to work with them to figure this out. I'm sure they have some ideas.
That's a good idea.
That's not really.
Right now, I'm not sure that KSDE would authorize a system where there was not face-to-face with the optional remote students. They would consider those kids not being our students. We did that in the spring and they authorized it. What they've put out so far, unless they change their direction, has said we have to have a live teacher with those kids.
What I heard described anyway is what's the difference between having everybody in and everybody that's not here in optional remote. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing. So instead of a week behind, those kids are on optional remote.
So a question for you. I think at a meeting recently in October, if it's still an option, I do believe in parent choice. And I don't like anyone feeling like that we've taken some sort of choice away from them. But I know that Insight and K-12, their enrollment is closed, but I believe in October you had said that they were still willing to accept Spring Hill School District enrollments. So if somebody was really uncomfortable, is that still an option that they could enroll there?
They wanted that back in December.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I suppose, like I said, every day you have a choice. You have a choice to go to school or not. You have a choice to go to private school or whatever. Choice is there.
one of the people that brought something up today talked about that optional remote doesn't have everything. It doesn't. We don't have unlimited funds and we don't have unlimited staff. And so basically the people that are optional remote are taking the basics, and then we had to figure out a way to give them the electives, which have to be online, which is problematic. But going back to what I was saying is you basically have what's being discussed. You have optional remote for the people that don't want to be in or can't be in, and then you have fully in for the people that are. But we're going around in circles right now. And so I'm going to keep pushing, because the last time we walked out of here and we did something, it was a total failure. And part of it is because we just kind of left it out there. So I'm going to continue to push. If you're going to want us to do something, then you're going to need to provide us direction on what you want us to do.
I think first, in answer to Sharon's question, what do you think we can do? What will it take from your perspective?
To do what?
To go back to school.
Because if we bring the kids back in, they're just going to be back in.
But what's the timeline look like for that? What's realistic?
Well, if on Wednesday, the numbers said that we should be back in, then the kids would be back in on Monday. So that's realistic. That's what we set up. That's the criteria. So, we could easily be back in Monday if that's what the will of the board is. So
I think the question that brings up is, if you do something like that, are you going to open up ORL to as many students
and that was what the
as
nightmare
wanted?
was.
Because that's what we don't know right now. That's the unknown for us, is if you open it up, how many would want, and you let those go to optional remote. That was the issue we had last semester, is it caused havoc for teachers trying to do that. But in this situation, it could be much greater, and it's not undoable. I think we need to know what we're doing, though, to make sure we can meet the needs. And again, you may say, if you're an optional remote, you're an optional remote, and if you're on site, you're on site, and go with it, and we know we can meet that. What we don't know is if a board says, well, if we go everybody on site with no gating criteria, we're going to allow everybody that was on site to now have the option of optional remote. That optional remote system is where our unknown is what do we have to do to build that, and how many teachers do we have to pull, and that, in my mind, is what's going to take us as administration and staff a time to figure out.
That was one of the biggest complaints from teachers, is at the high school, they went from 17 optional remote to 42 optional remote. And the teachers were having to teach class with people physically in there, and then they had kids online at the same time. And so if you're helping the kids online, now you're walking away from a class full of kids. If you're not helping the kids online, they feel like they're being left out. So I'm going to recommend that if you decide to do that, the people in optional remote stay optional remote, everybody else comes back.
So what you're saying is that if the numbers were down Wednesday, it would be feasible to put them back in on Monday. That's the way the plan is set up, right? And then am I hearing this correctly? It would almost be better for you to have a decision than to keep dragging it out so that you can make plans for especially with second semester coming up. because of optional remote.
It all depends on what happens with optional remote, and I think Dr. Burke made a recommendation.
If you're leaving optional remote alone and saying anybody that signed up is staying there, everybody else is coming back, that's pretty simple. There's gonna be some teachers that are not happy. There may be some teachers that we have to work with HR and figure out what we're going to do with them. But if you come back and say, we're going to open up optional remote like you did last time, you're gonna need to give us a few weeks to figure that one out.
So we would need to make a decision so that you could figure that out.
We don't have to have a decision tonight. We just need to have a decision. We need a little bit of leadway into whenever you want this to happen. If you want this to happen Monday, we probably need a decision tonight. If you want it to wait till the next board meeting and then the following Monday, we can make that happen.
How does that look with, second semester starting? How does that play into the decision or what you would recommend?
On the timing?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how we recommend, because this was the gating criteria, and we figured that we were going to go back and forth. I don't know that waiting's gonna change anything, other than people want in sooner rather than later.
Okay.
But it does give your teachers some more time to prepare.
Okay.
So, but it's still gonna come down to what you're doing with optional remote.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, I'm not, in my opinion, we shouldn't move anything to an action item or anything like that this evening.
No.
We
Absolutely
broke a
not.
bridge, a pretty, long bridge with our teachers last time to do that, and I don't have any appetite to do that again. That's just my opinion. If however, there's, consensus to have an action item, we don't need discussion, we can do the discussion during the action item, then we go forward. If we don't have consensus for that, then we just keep it as it is. I mean, I know that there are parents that say it's not working, and I understand why they're saying that. But from what, right now, as I see it right now, we're doing what the CDC is asking us to do. And we even added a buffer zone on either side just so that we could give teachers, parents time. And it's, we are really close to swinging between green and yellow all the time, and the buffer zone is almost meaningless. So I honestly don't care which way we go if we bring it back. I feel bad for teachers. I feel bad for parents, students, that we have to do this, but it's our job to make sure that the kids are educated in a safe manner at the school buildings. I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Is there opinion on if it should be an action item versus a special meeting, or how do you feel about that? Anyone?
I think it should even be a part of it. We came up with this criteria, and I think we should leave it. I think it's working because the spread in the community is so high, we can't go back to class. I mean,
Well, we need to figure out how to do better then, I guess, because it's not gonna change. If we're gonna hold on to this, we're gonna be out all year.
But it did change. I mean, we had a gating criteria. Yes, we did change it, but students went in. So it did change. They were in for 6 weeks.
For a week.
6 weeks.
We held it longer, but yeah, for a week.
Do you mean that, like, COVID is not changing? Is that what you mean?
The testing, the positive rates are not going down
Right.
significantly in the next 6 months.
Right.
My opinion. I foresee the future, no, but I can just see what's been doing. How's it gonna get any better? So, that's the decision we're making.
It's frustrating for the kids, because they don't have a choice. They can't go somewhere else to get their education. if I was in a job that was super dangerous, I got the opportunity to go get a different job somewhere else. These kids, they got nothing. This is it. If we can't give it to them, they get what they get. That's what frustrates me. They have no other alternative.
You know, I agree with you, Brent, but the problem with everybody being so frustrated with the school district, the school board, the gating criteria, remote learning, is that it's the fault of a virus. It's not like we're choosing. I mean, all we're doing is trying to keep our students and our faculty and staff safe. And that's what this criteria was intended to do. And really the only dramatic change that's happened since we implemented this criteria is the numbers have gone up in every single category, from hospitalizations to percent positives have gone up dramatically since we did this. So you can talk about how well they've relaxed some of the quarantine things. Well, yeah, that's changed. Maybe that will help. We don't know that. And that doesn't really change the fact that it's still a virus that Nels is not the flu. And I know you received the email that I received today from someone, and I'm going to read a portion of it that just said, in the past month, I've lost my uncle to COVID, watched my best friend bury her 19-year-old daughter. This past weekend, my parents were in the emergency room due to it. I also had a student recently in the ICU. This is not the flu. So the criteria is here for a very specific reason, and it's to keep people safe. So you guys, we've been talking about teacher trust. Well, we just threw that out the window tonight. I mean, they came in force saying, guys, this is here to protect us. Please keep it as is. Nothing has changed since that last meeting, except the numbers have gone up.
I disagree. What's changed drastically is that this MMWR report comes out from the CDC. Research and data has updated and changed. They had the reports from Louisiana and Mississippi in the school districts, and they include those in those CDC reports. We did not have that data and research before. And we are seeing an increased number in positivity, but we're not seeing is drastic increase in the hospitalization. So when you look at that, you have to look at severe illness as well. And I'll point out that I know exactly what email you're talking about, and the other parts of that email say, for those of you advocating the kids need to be in school, I get it, I agree. So, I mean, we can't, lots has changed since we created this gating criteria. We have new data, we have new research, we've had time. We've had time to learn about the virus, and it's not showing that it's transmitting in the school buildings. So then we have to make a decision what's best for the kids. Do we continue to, the virus is failing everybody, we know that, but are we going to contribute to that knowing that the CDC, Children's Mercy is saying it's not transmitting kids? Are we going to continue down that path just because we don't want to change?
I feel like that was a suggestion that I misrepresented the tone of that email, because if you would not stop where you did, she goes on to say, that's why I'm so discouraged, because the people in the community, I guess I should read it so I'm not paraphrasing, I want to send them to school. She did say that. For those of you advocating that kids need to be in school, I get it, I agree, which is why I'm so discouraged. How can we continually strive to get our kids back in school while so many in our community openly disregard their quarantines, their exposures, and their positive test results? So many are shouting about their rights being denied because we're in remote. I feel like my own rights are being denied because of others' irresponsible actions. This was in no way an email saying we need to get the kids in school right now.
From the way I read it, she is saying that she is frustrated because of the way the community is reacting. And as Jason said, we have absolutely no control over how the community is acting. But what we do have control over is whether the kids are in school or not. And we know that the virus is not transmitting in the schools according to the CDC.
That is not true, Allie.
You can read through the MMRWR report that was sent. You can listen to the Children's Mercy doctors. How do you know that it's transmitting in schools? How do you know that? Do you have data to support that? Please send it out.
I think we need to remember we're all in this together.
It's impossible when the numbers are so widespread. But there is no way all the kids in this school who've gotten COVID didn't get it in school. There's no way that all 52 of those teachers didn't get it in school. And I will provide you with some research that shows that kids do transmit it in schools. So I don't have that.
From a reputable source, not from the Today Show, from a reputable source.
Allie, when have I ever quoted something like the Today Show?
You showed us a whole video about the Today Show. This isn't even productive. So can we motion to put this as an action item or whatever we need to do to move forward?
However you set up the agenda.
Right.
For which meeting?
What's that for?
For which meeting?
The next one, as soon as possible.
And if we're gonna elect to stay remote, let's come up with some strategies that change things, how it's working, because I just keep hearing it, it's not working very well. That's what everybody thinks, we need to stay remote, then let's figure out how to make it better.
See what our options are. That's what I wanted to start with this. How do we talk to staff to find out what options we have? What can we do to work together to get the kids back in the school?
Yes.
So are we talking
How does
about,
school experience?
are we talking about, whenever we bring this back? It sounds to me like whenever we bring this back, it is gonna be a vote of essentially to drop the gating criteria altogether or have this gating criteria. I mean, I don't see any way forward with that because, I mean, we can keep making adjustments, we can keep making tweaks and numbers and percentage rates and so on, but all of those do is just try to tweak it to where we can get kids in school. So I agree with Dr. Burke, because this is a vote. If we do this vote, this is a vote whether we have a gating criteria or not.
I mean, I'm not advocating that we're going in and start, sending our whole staff home sick. I mean, that's not what I wanna do. I just wanna, I'm just, I guess, really frustrated that things aren't working. All the districts around us, say, for a couple, are gonna be doing something in class. And I don't see how we're much more dangerous than everybody else, but.
I just want to back up to where I initially started. We work with staff. If we can come up with a plan that they're comfortable with, then maybe we can get rid of the gating criteria. But not until there's been discussion with them.
I agree with that.
But what our options are.
I
You don't
agree
just
with
go
that.
get rid of it without working something out. There's got to be some communication there and work together.
But they have said time and again, one, they want one. Two, don't change it, because that breaks trust, and it puts them in a position where they feel like they could get sick and be harmed. So, and I'm all for working with staff. I'm sure that's really the way we should have gone from the beginning, is work with staff to figure out how we can keep students in classrooms. But all of the guidance that we have gotten and are still getting says that a gating criteria is the best way to mitigate student infections, teacher infections, staff infections in schools because of what goes on in the community. It's not about what's going on in schools. It's never been about what goes on in schools. We know that our kids and our teachers are trying to do the right thing. It's what's going on in the community, and in bringing those cases in, there could be transmission. There could be transmission walking to the car, not that it's usually outside, but, just walking in the halls. The thing is contact tracing is difficult. It's an art, it's not always a science. You got to figure out where you got it, who you were in contact with. But I agree. It's not happening in schools as much as, and we see the data, it's the community. And we have to protect our students, teachers, and staff from a community, from a virus that's in our community that is raising the numbers to almost 700 cases per 100,000. That's the standard. That's the epidemiologist standard, that cases per 100,000 is the measure. So we have to figure out, is this something we work with the teachers and come up with something? Because I guarantee you, they just want this. That's all they want.
Just logistically, we were, transmissions were at 350, and we almost had to shut down because you have to think about, I understand the kids want to be back in school. I think everybody wants to be back in school. But there are logistical limitations. And one of those is substitutes, right? If you don't have any teachers, how do you operate a school? That's where that's the limiting factor is how do you logistically educate students when all the teachers are out and you have subs? Well, that's not ideal.
Well, in piggybacking that, is that would our parents and some teachers, would they rather go back to school? And this is just a hypothetical, a high-level hypothetical. We go back to school in person, because we are in school, we're just not in person. And we have to shut down in the entire district because we don't have enough teachers. We don't educate our students at all. Nothing. So some education is better than none. Yes, it's not ideal, but at least we're doing something. And we don't
go to that extent. I don't think it would go to that extent. You have someone
You
quarantined.
just said Abilene closed the whole thing.
I think they might have still done online. I'm not sure. I'd have to check on that. But I don't know how our neighbors are doing that down the road to the south.
Yes.
Beats me.
Exactly.
I don't know either.
And just looking at the data, so when I'm looking at KDHE, I'm looking at the website now, people under 65 account for less than 10% of total hospitalizations. So yes, it's transmitting in the community, it's transmitting, but it isn't in the age group that are in our buildings, teachers all the way down, 65 and under, they're not seeing severe illness widespread. So that matters too. Now, any person hospitalized matters, so I'm not dismissing even the one. But we've got to make decisions that, these are long-term effect decisions we're making for these kids. It isn't just about next week or next year. It's about 5 years from now. The education they're getting so that they can go on to college. The education that they're getting so they can get the jobs that they want. So the decisions we're making now are going to affect them for years and years and years to come.
I think you could probably make an argument about the virus effects over time too, right? I mean, so that's not just the educational component, which we know we can overcome, right? But what are the 10-year effects of the virus? No one knows, right?
Only time will tell, yeah.
Yeah, right. And so that's another risk that you have to balance.
But to Brent's point,
I think
the people down the road are doing it too. Paola, Lewisburg, Miami County, 25% of our district lives in that county. I don't think we can ignore their success from August to now.
So we've spun around circles on.
Can I suggest that
next last hour?
That we move on and revisit this again in the next meeting?
We can put it as an
As
action item.
no, the next one, I'm not real sure about action. I was sticking to February 8th.
Table it.
Yeah, let's do that.
So a discussion or
You can always put it as an action item and not vote on it.
right. I think that the key is that we have consistent data that's comparable. Right now, each person talking has their own data source. That's fine, but that doesn't help in comparability. If we talk about decisions on their education over the next period of time, I mean, we can all make arguments that, the business world's going to go remote. Kids need to learn how to adjust and how to function in that environment. That's one side of the equation. That's a set of data. The infection rates is another set of data. CDC is another set of data. We need to all have the same data source. I heard this loud and clear from teachers. when they talk about, it appears that the board gets, you have 7 different viewpoints because we've all looked at 7 different things. So it has to be a consistent set of information. So what were you going to propose, Brent?
That we put it as an action item on the February 8th meeting. We'll look
Action
at
item
it
on-
again. If we decide to do nothing, we move on.
Okay.
If numbers are better and we've had a discussion with our staff and they're comfortable going back without a gating criteria at that point,
So I'm curious, why you think a month though? And why not in 2 weeks?
because I don't think the numbers will be down far enough in 2 weeks.
The gating criteria numbers?
And, well, that too. Infection numbers.
I guess I'm just of the mindset the infection numbers are not, we have no idea if they're gonna go down, but we need to look at the data and research about transmission in schools.
So the February 8th meeting is what you proposed, right, Brent?
I'm suggesting putting it on there.
Action item.
But we
And
also
we can do that the week of the meeting. It doesn't, you know, you can always add something to the agenda.
But
I'm just trying
I
to
don't,
give people warning that
I
it might
think
be something we'll talk about.
we've got to have a decision made, at least as to what to put on the agenda. I don't think having a decision, a discussion item that then transforms into an action item, this is where we're going with breaking down trust.
Oh, we don't want.
You know, this whole
The other way
conversation
around-
tonight, I
don't
think
wanna
is.
do
The other way around is worse, putting it on as a discussion and then making it an action.
That's what I
we're
just,
saying. That's what we're saying.
that's what I
don't
meant to
wanna
describe, hopefully.
And
Yeah.
I think I've heard also, just bring it back in the next January meeting, because it's still an evening meeting,
Yeah.
and do it as an action, but we don't have to take action if we don't want to. We can delay it to February 8th, but at least it's there for us to, again, discuss and take an action of.
Okay. I'm okay with that. The 8th gives us more time, but
Sure.
it's fine.
So it can come as an action item on whatever, the 25th, and we cannot act on it.
You don't have to.
I'm in favor of the sooner the better.
What is the action item?
Yeah, what
To
would you
discuss
be
the
welcome?
gating criteria and if we have positive feedback from staff to possibly get rid of it.
We gotta be a little bit more clear about that. We gotta have some clarity around.
I think what you're talking about is, are you getting rid of it, or are you gonna keep what you have?
Yeah.
That's what the action items are, Eric.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can do another survey, we can meet with teachers, but, you know, what if it's 50-50? What if it's 75-25? What does that mean? So you're either talking about keeping the criteria or getting rid of the criteria.
Agreed.
I think it goes beyond that. And what I mean by that is there has to be a plan on what we're gonna do in either situation. If we keep it, there's nothing to change, right? But if there's discussion and it passes the board on getting rid of it, we can't just throw that in the laps of our administration and our teachers and our staff. We have to have an understanding of what that means. We can't put people in that position. And I still get back to, we have to understand that logistically, when people get sick, and they will, right? I mean, we've had that conversation several times.
Test positive, yeah. It will.
You don't have teachers in the classroom, we haven't accomplished a thing. And so that has to be understood, and we have to be clear about that. I don't know if it's talking to other districts, I don't know what that is, but we can't put our teachers and administrators in a position that we know they're gonna fail. And right now, it is predictable that they will fail because we won't be able to put teachers in the classroom. Because there's a sub shortage, right? I mean, this is outside of our control. What can we control? So the action item on the next meeting will be remove the criteria or keep it.
And if you remove it, what happens to?
And if you remove
ORL.
it, what happens?
Well, what happens to the people who are not in ORL that want to be in ORL?
Is that something that we could survey? Or just get a response from?
I think you can send an email out to the community and say,
I mean, that way you have numbers to know where to go from, right?
that'd give us some data.
Does that provide the clarity that you need, Dr. Burke? Okay, moving on, the next discussion item is Kansas Association School Board's policy.
With the board's permission, the administrators that are still on are still here. If you want to go, I'll gladly let you out of here. Except for you, Phil, you can't leave. And you, Brad, you can't leave.
So,
Do you want to table
I would
these?
suggest and recommend that we table the board policies.
Fine with me.
Yeah.
Or,
Can we-
and not for the next meeting. I think we need to
Right.
protect some time for that next meeting.
Yep, I would agree, putting them to February 8th for a discussion again.
Okay with that?
Yes.
All right, moving on to items from Board of Education members for future meetings. Any items to add to the current list?
Candy, just a question on alternatives to board docs. Have you done any research that we could discuss in the next couple months?
No, we really are not to that point.
Okay,
Can we add it?
it's on here.
Oh, it's on there?
Yeah.
It's on there,
I
it's
got
just that
booted out.
with trying to move the district office and
Oh, okay.
the switch between Katie and I, that's just kind of been put on the back burner until we can get a little farther along.
Sure. Makes sense.
Items from Board of Education members for future meetings.
Can we, take off some things?
Yeah, we can clean this up if you want to, sure.
The special meeting for gating criteria, I think we can, Mr. Anderson, can we take that off? I think that's fairly old.
Any other changes? We could probably take Southside Mission Food Bank off, can't we, Gallery?
So no, that's still in process. We're working with, the food pantry and trying to figure out the best way forward for that. So I'd like to keep it on there just so I can update when I have an update.
All right. Reminder that the board retreat is February 6th. Any other items from Board of Education members for future meetings? Moving on, board work calendar, Dr. Burke.
Yeah, we're right where we should be. We selected the president, vice president. I believe that somebody's going to start working on my evaluation. The board handbook and the board goal revisions will be discussed at the retreat. The Johnson County convener, Sharon, I have not heard anything. I'm assuming that if they do anything, that will be remote. Is that what you're hearing?
The convener was canceled.
Okay, so that takes care of that. Teacher and learning update, you kind of got that with Kisa tonight, and we'll be bringing that. Other than that, we're good. We're right where we should be on the board calendar. We'll bring fees to the next meeting.
Any committee reports?
I attended virtually the SHE's site council. I was very impressed with them and all that they are doing for, there was a really great conversation about MAP scores and going over those and their data from that. Also, this wasn't a part of the site council, but I know it came later. There's this really cool thing that they got in their library that is like a book vending machine. So it's just a really cool, I just thought it was really, really cool, and it seemed like the students were very excited about it too. So just that site council is doing really well, lots of parent and teacher involvement and just great discussion. So I appreciate them.
Any other committee meetings?
this is maybe more of an announcement, but we are going to do something, barbecue on the hill, that you're all invited, but I'm not exactly sure what it's going to look like. The date is February 25th, and they've actually, at the State House in Topeka, they have done a lot of technological upgrades. So every committee room has the ability for committee members and guests to appear remote. So that event may actually be mostly remote, but they didn't want to give up their barbecue lunch. So I will keep you guys informed on what is going to happen with that.
Okay. I did attend Woodland Springs Middle School Site Council. We looked at a lot of the map data, and it was map testing from fall and spring, and then they talk about the analysis of that data and how it's really important that everybody understands what that truly means and what that data tells you. They're looking at it in a comprehensive way where they're looking at both achievement and growth, and so there's really two camps of thought where you look at growth only or you look at achievement only, and they're combining the two to really give them a lot more robust, insightful understanding of what the data is. They did, and it ties into what Mr. Wilson was talking about as how they're looking at the multi-tiered system of support and how that can really benefit. I had a key indicator in there is that they break the data out by tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and if your tier 1 results are 85% or less, that means you have a curriculum problem. And so our scores within that tier 1 were over 90%, and so we know that the curriculum is on target, and that's the right way to go. It's interesting to see how that data, understanding that data and what it really means is so critical, and they're using it to really advance education at Woodland Spring Middle School. It's really going to be helpful to them. So that's the committee meeting I was at. Any others? All right, Superintendent report, Dr. Burke.
It's always great to give your report at 11:25 at night, and everybody's so excited. I guess one thing we should say is we are concerned about learning loss. I don't know that, it seems like nowadays if we're not out there telling everybody every little thing that we're doing, there seems to be an assumption that we're not doing anything. We are concerned about it. We've been spending some time with our principals who are spending time with our instructional coaches and our teachers, and we're looking at what we're going to try to do with learning loss. There can be different things. I hesitate to give too many of them because some of the ideas are not good ideas and won't go over very well. But we're putting a lot of different ideas on the table. I know that the Kansas State Department of Ed is pushing really hard for schools to start in August 1st. I don't know that our community would be real happy about doing that, but it's an idea, and to get some additional time. Summer school and trying to extend summer school and all the things that go with that. The instructional coaches maybe doing some additional work. We have quite a bit of things. MTSS is a perfect example of that, but we will, first of all, we haven't finished the semester yet, so we want to look at some data and talk to our teachers and staff, and we will be getting back to you. But I want people to understand that we do care and are concerned about learning loss. And it's not just a Spring Hill thing, but we will be sharing more information with you about it. I do want to hit two really positives. Sometimes so many things are negative. Sometimes you have to stop and enjoy. Maggie Dugan, who was our Horizon Award winner, what a phenomenal young lady that does a great job of teaching in middle school. And she was so excited. Randy Watson called, and just to see that young enthusiastic teacher being rewarded for that dedication, hard work. That was really fun. It was exciting. The vending machine, that was the vending machine at Spring Hill Elementary. That was bought with a grant from the Spring Hill Education Foundation. And I know that I'm not sure who all over there had something to do with it, but I know that they had to make sure the technology worked, make sure it fit in the right place, make sure everything was on the up and up. But those little kids' eyes, when they go to a vending machine and bought a book, oh my gosh. And I got to tell you, I don't know if you saw the video and how much of they showed, but there was a couple of kids that got their books and it popped out. They were so excited. And then one little guy walked up and hit his book, and you know that one thing that everybody gets excited about when you buy something and you're going to get two instead of one, and that whole thing just kind of sat there, and it was really fun. It was really exciting because that, you know, your idea, well, if the kid gets two books, then hey, life's great, right? So, but the fact that they were so excited about getting books to read, it made everybody that was there their day. And I can tell you that when we went to present that original check to Shelley Huber, she was jumping up and down, and the enthusiasm for being able to provide something new and unique was just amazing. So I want the community to hear that those foundation grants that people put their money into buy really tangible things for our kids, and makes it life much easier for our staff. So I would encourage you, if you get a chance, as a board member, even if you're worried about being in the building and all, work something out with Tammy. You've got to get in there and see it. It's just so cool. So I wanted to end on something very, very positive.
That, you know, we heard the teachers saying that they would like to see us in the buildings more. If we're going to do that, is it best to contact the principal and?
Yeah, let me know.
Okay.
Just work through me and let me know,
Okay.
and we will make it happen so that you guys can get in the buildings. There's still that little nervousness if a board member calls or you call in as a parent or a board member. But if you go through me and I say, this is when they want to come, we'll work it out. We'll work it so that the board members can get in the building. And you guys know to wear your mask, you know, to be safe. But yeah, I think we can make that happen.
Anything else, Dr. Burke?
No, I'm good.
All right, we do need an executive session.
Mr. President, I move that the board go into an executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma. Those to be in session are Board of Education members, Superintendent of Schools, the district attorney, or school district attorney, and anyone from his law firm. Meeting to begin, do we need just start in 10 minutes? 10-minute break before we start?
Yes.
Start at 11:40 p.m. and back in this place at 12:10 a.m.
No later than?
No later than 12:10 a.m.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Did I do that okay?
Second.
Moved seconded to move to executive session to discuss confidential student information pursuant to the exception relating to actions adversely or favorably affecting a student under coma. Candy, please collect the vote.
We'll start the vote with Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle.
Yes.
Approved.
Yeah,
That's right.
so chilly. All right, we got two more.
No, here we go.
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Education, can I just say extend? Or do I have to go through the whole thing? Can I just say extend, or do I have to go through the whole thing? Mr. President, I move that the board extend the executive session to be no later than 1 AM.
Yeah.
Second.
Second. Yeah,
We got Brent with the second.
yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, I move that the board accept the investigator's report and findings.
Second the motion.
It's in the report. If somebody wants to know, I can amend. Mr. President, I move that the board accept the investigator's report and findings that the board member did not violate board policy.
I'll second again.
Okay, Mr. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Boyle,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mrs. Sealing,
Yes.
Mr. Updike,
Yes.
Mr. Winbolt,
Yes.
approved.
Move to adjourn. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.